Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of the WeAreDevelopers Live Days. My name is Bene. I'm here at the WeAreDevelopers headquarters in Vienna and I'm glad that you all joined us today. So today is all about accessibility, but before we start with this very important topic, I have some awesome news to share with you. Maybe some of you already joined our coding competition back in July in Berlin during the last World Congress, and I'm happy to announce that Code 100 is back. It's a roadshow, and the first stop will be in Zagreb on November 29th. So after our sessions, make sure to check out code100.dev, where you can get further information on all of this, and you can also apply as a challenger or just join the party crowd. And now, before we start, quick reminder, you can, during the talks, interact in the chat to your right. Submit some questions if you got any for the speaker, but during these interactions, please be nice to each other and respect each other as we have a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it. And now let's jump right back to accessibility and the first speaker of our live day. He is Accessibility UX Engineering Lead at Google. He started building websites professionally in 1997. And as of now, he worked with Google for over 10 years with the aim to deliver products that are accessible for everyone. Welcome, Dirk.
Hi there, 1997, dear God, I've never felt older.
Sorry for that, and to start your day like that.
No worries.
Thank you so much for joining. Would you mind, before we start with your talk, enlighten us a bit about your topic of today?
Yes. So I know we are all developers. I'm a developer myself. However, I have been tasked at Google for the last 3 or so years to try to reduce accessibility issues, right? And one of the things that we found is most effective doing this is not fixing the issues at the end after they've been produced and have to be fixed in a costly way, but instead we're trying to prevent them in the first place. So today we're going to look at how we as developers can help our friends in UX to prevent all of these issues in the first place, so we as developers can focus on building features and have fun instead.
Sounds like the most perfect topic to start a day like this. And just a quick spoiler, we might have a small surprise for all of you after your talk. And yeah, I would say without further ado, Dirk, the stage is all yours.
Looking forward to that. Thank you. So yes, thanks, Bene. As you mentioned, I work at Google. I've been there for the last almost 11 years. For most of my career, as you mentioned, starting in 1997, I've been a front-end engineer, a front-end developer. And I've been doing this for a very long time. And for like the first 10 years or so, I've been working in an advertising agency at a day and just building out websites. And then at one point, I was invited to join Yahoo at the time in London, which is also where I met your Chris Heilman for the first time. And I've been very happily working there. And then at one point, relocating from the London office to the office in Silicon Valley. Been there a few more years. And 11 years ago, I switched to Google, where I've been now. And again, for the longest time there, I've always been doing accessibility as a thing I do on the side, right? Like it's just something that you do as a developer trying to produce accessible websites. And but for the last 3 years, I've been doing this full time. And as already mentioned, we found that it's much, much more important to prevent issues than fixing them afterwards. Also, it's way more fun. So let's have a look in how we're doing this. Now, accessibility is already part of Google's mission statement, and it has been there for quite a while. So our statement is, our mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible. It's right there. And useful. That's our mission statement. And we commit to this in a hard way. We really want to ensure that everybody is doing this, and we don't consider a problem solved until there's a solution for everyone. Again, everyone, including accessibility right there. Now, the reason why we're doing this, there's a lot of benefits, right? First of all, if more people can use our products, we can get more business done with them. So improving business, driving innovation, big one. A lot of big innovations came from trying to include more people. Compliance, it's the last one to really think of, but yes, it's an important one as well. And then, of course, creating better products for everyone that I find personally the most engaging. Now, the way that we've been approaching this for the last few years after realizing what is best is the so-called shift left. And the shift left, you can think of the product cycle as like a kind of waterfall. I know waterfalls are not very popular in development these days, but if you think of UX or like product management at the very first left, and then at the very end, you have the product that goes live. The further you shift left in that waterfall, the earlier you can prevent those issues, the fewer issues we have to fix in the end, right? And that's where the entire idea comes from. Now, what we found by having looked at our data for the last 2 years is that for every hour that a UX designer invests into accessibility pre-launch, we can save around 4 hours in engineering post-launch by engineering not having to fix accessibility issues and can build exciting features instead. So if you needed a business reason, it's right there, right? It saves a lot of time and money and nerves if you ever had to fix any accessibility issues yourself. So what do we need to make this happen in real life? We need good accessibility understanding. So let's have a look into that first. We're thinking of accessibility personas during UX and development. And there is a whole set of different categories of disabilities. There's vision, there's hearing, mobility, speech, and cognitive disabilities, right? And of course, they come in each combination you can think of. Everybody is unique. There's all kinds of different levels and combinations. Low vision could mean one thing for one and one thing for another. I was traveling the other week and my contact lenses got dry and suddenly I couldn't see anymore properly. Luckily, I had a second pair of lenses with me, but half of the day I was walking around like not seeing properly. I've never felt accessibility is more for me than at that moment. It's really eye-opening. Well, yeah, closing. So we can think of two models of disabilities. Like one is more medical and the one is I'm subscribing to. The medical model of disability is disability is a trait of an individual, and it might be either permanent or limiting. And the one that I find much more applicant, right, is the social model of disability, which means disability is a mismatch between the needs of an individual and the design of a product, the structure of a classroom, the working environment, and society, right? If our product doesn't work for a person, it's our problem. It's on us to reduce that mismatch. Now, let's have a look at some of those persona spectrums. We have vision, right? And you're going to see a pattern that's going to go across all of these. Vision disabilities can be permanent, they can be temporary, or they can just be situational. The last one is obviously something we've all experienced. We all try to use our phones in bright sunshine, and we're not able to see anything. That is clearly something that we all need to be in at one point. Hearing, same thing, right? Can be permanent, can be temporary, can be situational. Last one, again, you're in a loud pub, and out of a sudden you really appreciate that there are subtitles on that football game that you're watching, and you can get some information out of that because you can't hear. Mobility, that is certainly something we've all been, right? Permanent, temporary, situational, just carrying around something and not being able to pick up your phone. Speech, again, people might be permanently speech impaired. It might be temporary, you got a cold. Situational, again, we're back in the pub. You can't hear anything. People don't hear you when you're screaming at them. And cognitive, permanent, temporary, and situational. Sometimes you're just overwhelmed and you can't handle things. Now, there's times to work with those personas, and then there's times to work with real people. Personas are really handy at the starting point of a project, and you can design your project to really be applicable for all of these personas, right? Also, it's really easy because they're right there. You don't need to recruit them. Real people are a whole lot better for actual testing. Once you have something that you can have them experience, that's the moment you want to work with real people, and the more the better, right? Testing prototypes of early versions, provide actual and much more nuanced feedback for accessibility. The best experience I had was working with disability people, like folks with the disability needs, in an actual project. And of course, the most recommended approach is to have real people with disabilities involved right from the beginning. I mentioned I worked for Yahoo at a time. My good friend Artur Ortega was sitting next to me. He's blind, he's a backend engineer. The two of us were teaming up. We built amazing products together because I got all of those insights. Now, how can we work with our UXers to produce something that is as accessible as possible from the very beginning? What we're doing is we're using so-called annotations. Those annotations should allow us to define the structure, the organization of a layout, the flow, how you work your way through that product, and all of the interactive elements and the attributes and all of the components that you might be using. So let's have a look into how we're doing this. First, we're defining the structure. Now, structure, we can think of two things. We can think of landmarks, which is specifically for accessibility users, and headings, which is something that is useful for everybody. Now here, we have a screenshot of Wikipedia, of the Google page of Wikipedia. And one thing is super clear, Wikipedia really nailed the way to do landmarks in headings. On the right side, you see their headline structure. And if you're, I'm not sure this is big enough for you, but you can see we have an H1, which is Google, and then we have a nice structure of H2s down to H3s. With this headline structure, we're allowing our screen reader users, for example, to very quickly scan the page and get a good idea of what is there in the content and allow them to quickly jump there back and forth. So the very, very old, very, very robust way for them to get around. It's super important. And then on the left side, we have landmarks. Now, landmarks are much younger technology. It comes with the ARIA spec. And you can see there too, Wikipedia really nailed this. They have at the very top a main, and main is the one thing that every page really needs. You want to define your main content, allowing your user to, again, quickly jump to that area, knowing that this is where they can consume your content. And then they have lots of other landmarks for all the different navigations and search. It really brings the product nicely together, allowing a quick way of scanning and experience what's there. Now, let's have a look at how we can define landmarks. There's 8 of them. There's navigation, and you can have multiple of those. So if you have multiple navigations, you can give multiple navigation landmark roles and just give them a label so they're nicely differentiable. Search, very important. Most pages have it. You want to be able to quickly jump there. Main, I mentioned that. That's usually the first thing I recommend to start with. Like, define your main. What is your main content on that page? Banner tends to be the thing that stretches on top of the cross, across. And then we have complementary. That would usually be something that is related to the main content. We have content info. We have region. Region is a completely abstract landmark role. So if you have a content area that you find to be really important, but there is no matching landmark role, define a region and give it an ARIA label. By that, you just defined a new type of landmark role, just bringing the content into the structure, allowing a real quick navigation. And lastly, we have form. Obvious, that's an interactive part if there's a form on the page. Now, in our example here, we have our banner that stretches across at the top. In that banner, we have our search, we have navigation on the left, we have our big main content in the middle, and we have a complementary on the side. Now, the reason I'm showing this is because we mustn't rely on visibility here, right? Like, the UI can change completely. We must only define our landmark roles based on the content, not on what the content looks like. So here we have the exact same layout, but our content has switched, right? Our navigation's at the top now, our complementary is on the left, our form is in the middle, and we have an abstract region on the right. Same design, different content. Our landmark roles need to accommodate that. And then let's add some labels to landmark roles. Again, if there's a landmark multiple times, like navigation, or we have multiple abstract regions, just give them a good label, making sure that they're clearly understandable what they're about. Here we have 2 navigations. We have our little burger on the top left. We call that one product. So it will be announced to the user as landmark role product. Navigation product. And our primary navigation is down there again, announced in the same way, giving a clear way of the understanding. Now, having defined our landmark roles, much more important and even more useful is a good structure of headlines. Now here we have defined a page about pets, and you can see we have a nice structure of cats and dogs, and underneath the cats and dogs we have different kinds of breeds. And we're starting with one H1 at the top. That H1 is the title of the page, the headline that describes the entire content, ideally related to the actual title tag of the page as well. So it's clear what it's about. And then underneath, without any gaps, we have H2s, we have H3s, allowing for really nice table of contents you can think of, right? This is how I like to perceive pages as well, because it gives me a good overview of what's actually in there. Our example here, again, we have our page about pets. And then we have some cats underneath and the breeds. We added some fish to the right-hand side, which is in our related content. Now, you can see that our cats here are actually, like, the headline is formatted bigger, but that's still an H2, right? The reason why I'm saying this is a lot of times, and classically, like, we use the headline styles, the bigger, the better. And if you wanted to have something highlighted in the middle, you just made that the H1 because it went to the big. No. You want to have your structure first and then apply CSS afterwards to make it work for everybody. What we can also do here, you can see that we actually don't have a visual headline called fish, and that is because it just didn't fit in the design in this case. If you can fit it in the design, please do, having comparable experiences where visible and non-visible information are there for everybody. In this case, we just decided, okay, let's leave out the fish headline because it's clear there's a big picture. What we added instead was we added a invisible headline. And you might have heard about the visibly hidden CSS class. Use that, which allows you to hide something visually for our sighted users, but keep them in the accessibility structure for our non-sighted users, giving them that extra nice structure, allowing them to quickly move around and find those fish, even though there might not be visible headlines or so. So that was structure. Next up is flow, where we're defining the linear order in which user interacts with our content. Most important here is to have a clear indication where the focus sits at that very moment, right? The focus indicator is built into the browser. If you're not adding any CSS, every form element, every link, every button will have that nice little outline. Lots of times we're overriding this. Worst of times we're removing it. That should never happen. It should be really clear where elements are, where your focus currently resides. In our example here, the focus is clearly on the email field. And as you tab around, that nice outline follows along. Now, you can define your linear focus order. Now, that linear focus order should always be along the lines of how your site naturally travels. And the language is written and read in your local version of the language. Now, in this case, we're going always from the top left to the bottom right, right? And we need to define this. No, we do not need to define this, because in a linear order, it should always come along those lines. If there's any exceptions, that is the one part we should document, right? So we don't need to have a full listing of it goes from there to there. Only the parts that are off that regular convention. All the exceptions, let's document those and make sure that those are clearly communicated, and then we're fine. Example, for example, is the initial page focus, right? You should have all seen that page at one point, I hope. Now, the initial page focus is not on the top left, like on every other page. Instead, it's on the search field in the middle. That's one of the things that needs to be documented in designs, right? So it's clear, here's the exceptions, and then also communicate this clearly. Here's a component focus that is initially different, right? Like here's a component that is in Google Docs. When you're creating a link for something, it doesn't focus on the text field. That would be the first one because you have just created the text. You can go back and change the text if you want to, but it makes much more sense to focus on the link first because that's the thing that you want to change at that moment. Again, it makes perfect sense usability-wise. It just needs to be documented so it's clear. Same with keyboard navigation. Now, here we have an example that is traditionally built into every browser. If you're using a form element like this drop-down element, then you already have two built-in ways to work with this. You use your tab key to work from every interactive element to the next one. And then once you have reached the drop-down, then you need to use your cursor keys up and down to make your selection, and then hit space and enter to make that selection, right? Those are the three different things that we are needing to clearly communicate how we want to do this for the user. Now, here we use this on a classic form element. Same thing applies for larger areas in the content as well. So here we have like a group of cards. And that group of cards, we could just go ahead and navigate by going ahead and have every interactive element in that card be just tabbable, right? Like here we have 3. That would mean 9 tabs to go from above to beyond that group, if that's in the middle of the page. Tapping 9 times is okay. Imagine that list of cards gets wider and there's like some scrolling between and suddenly you have to tap 20, 30 times. No longer cool, no longer good experience. In those cases, we can go ahead and define that same idea of switching between tab and cursor keys, right? So here, our first tab would get us onto the entire card group and having the first one selected. And then we could use our cursor keys left and right to move between those groups. And then the next tab would get you straight off again. So what we would do here is we would tab, we would find the card that we want, and then our next tab would get us from the elements that are interactive in that card one by one, right? So we would tap 1 to get onto the card group, we would make 2 moves with our cursor keys right, then we're on the card that we want to interact with. And here we can use tab again, selecting the element that we want to interact with. Once communicated clearly, this is a really good experience. It's just important to have that full idea and full communication what's going to happen before we start building it, right? Because then we could just potentially introduce some errors we don't need to. And then lastly, and in my opinion, most importantly, the interactive elements. Now, one of the things that is the most common error out there that I've seen when it comes to accessibility issues is labels, right? And that's either missing labels or just bad labels. So we're going to look into how to create good labels first. Here we have 2 buttons. Those buttons do exactly the same thing. One of them is a button that has text in there. It says download image. Becomes pretty clear what it does. The other one is an icon button that doesn't have visible text. Now we can make like a tooltip on top of this, but most importantly, it's about adding a good label to ensure that our non-sighted users who might not be able to visually identify that icon as a download button, that it's clear for them what it does. So we must never rely on just communicating information visually. There always has to be a good word for that as well. Now, how do we create good labels? Here we're creating a label for a button that creates an album, let's say in your Photos application, right? The perfect button for that would be the word create album. And that would then be from by your screen reader as button create album. Very nice, very concise, clear what it does. We can make it worse by trying to make it a little longer, right? Create new album is not wrong. It's just a little too long. And if you're relying on your ears to get the content, every word that you're added might just be redundant and it might be but too much. The worst example I've seen is when people mean really well and add the word button in that game as well. So having a button label that's called create album button might make sense for you as a sighted user, but once you hear it being announced by your screen reader as create album button, it becomes pretty clear pretty quickly what the problem is there. So don't repeat visible text and don't include the element's role or state. Do use action verbs. Try to be as concise as possible and describe the function. And now we're coming to the role. Here we have 2 buttons. No, one of them is a link, but you don't know which one, right? So it's important to get that role exactly right, describing to our users what that element is doing, not just what it looks like. So the first thing actually is a button. And the difference is that a button submits some information and triggers a change in your UI. The second one is a link. And that link navigates to either a different location, to a different URL, or a different section on the same page. Giving that information to the user raises the correct expectation, what's going to happen. Now, let's put this all together. And we're doing this, and I mentioned this before, by using annotations in our designs. Now, we have our own little system internally at Google. I can't sadly show you what it looks like because it's really highly focused on our design system. It wouldn't make sense in your case. However, eBay has released their Include Figma plugin, which is really great. And I've been playing with this and it makes a lot of sense. And if you are using Figma, all of these are using Figma. I'm not sure about your designers, but all of our designers have migrated to Figma in the last couple of years. So at this point, I'm just focusing on that. I'm sure if you use something else, there's other solutions for that as well. Now, I recommend the eBay Include Figma plugin, but there's also 2 sticker sheets that do something very similar. One is called Blue Lines by GitLab, and one of them is the Accessibility Annotation Kit by Indeed. It's down to taste, whatever you want to use. Like, we're going to look at how we can do this using the Include plugin in Figma in the next couple of slides. So again, we're starting with the landmark annotations, right? Now, this is what it looks like when you install the plugin by eBay. The Include plugin will nicely provide you a little UI you can play with. This is what I'm doing here as well. So you can see that example eBay design that we're going to see for the next couple of slides, and we're going to annotate here. The floating image in the middle, the floating window in the middle is the include plugin. We can see it has a couple of nice steps, one after another, that we're just going to walk through and add our annotations that way. The first one, just like my recommendation, is landmarks. And you can see I can simply select the frame that I want to annotate. In this case, I selected the navigation on the top. I defined a banner in the middle, and then I found the big main content underneath. Those 3 annotations I added here, and I just defined them as main, banner, and navigation using the tools that the plugin gave me. Really nice and handy, goes really quick. I always recommend looking for your main and your navigation first, and then see what other elements on that page could make sense to annotate and add that extra structure to your page. Headings annotations. I mentioned that is the most important one, and I stand with this. Get your headlines in a good order, make sure that they're complete, and you will have a very happy customer that is able to quickly scan for the content of your page. Again, the include plugin here is giving us nice little tools. So I can just select the texts and select my H1, defining the page, find my H2s, and you can see there's a little H3 on the bottom right as well. The page is longer. Feel free to play around with this. Try to find a good structure. Again, don't rely on what your headline looks like. Focus on what the headline represents, and you can always reflect that in the UI afterwards. Now, reading order, I mentioned earlier. I'm trying to ignore it as much as possible because, again, I've seen a lot of those annotations and people just really get into it and add a lot of annotations. I've seen some of them with like hundreds of like tap, 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 tap. It's not that useful, right? Focus on the exceptions and only on those, and then we're in a good place. So instead of only document the exceptions, go ahead and find, is there an autofocus on the element on page? Is there a change in tab order? Sometimes I see dialogues where the button on the bottom right button is suddenly the first one, and then there's left one next to it, which might be counterintuitive in terms of reading order, but makes perfect sense in that UI, right? So think about those exceptions. Where does the focus move after an action? Again, one of my favorite examples is you're opening a modal and you're clicking OK, the modal closes. Where does the focus go back to? Hint, it should always go back where it came from. This is forgotten a lot of times. These are the things that we can nicely document in these annotations. And then lastly, where do we switch between tab keys and cursor keys, making sure that it's really clear how we want our user to interact. Again, only the exceptions. Here you can see what the plugin is doing for us. It looks pretty cool. I don't think it's super necessary. Let's focus on the exceptions instead. Now, image annotations. That might be the one thing all of the developers have heard about accessibility. It's all text, right? Getting the alt attribute right. And that's correct. In our example here, turns out there's only decorative images, right? There is, ideally, if we have an image that is defined as an actual content, something that adds value to the page, go ahead, write a good alternative text for it. I'm all for this. Here, it's all just really decorative information, except in our example, we have the eBay logo. And that is actually something that this plugin does not yet do. I actually spoke to their developer just the other week, and he promised me that there would be some change going in the future. But in this case, you would have to do it manually, right? So we would have our eBay logo as the only one that actually needs an alt attribute. In this case, it would either be eBay or eBay logo. And this would be a special occasion because it would not only be an image, but it would also be an interactive element. So it would be a link for probably pointing to their homepage. So it could have something to reflect that as well. If you think about it this early, you don't have to fix it later. Now, one of the things that the plugin gives us, which is really nice, is built-in color contrast checks. Really cool. Helps a lot. You don't have to do this anywhere else. It's just there. In this case, I had to actively introduce an issue. You can see how I reduced the content, the contrast of the big blue register business button, and it immediately showed up as an issue, and I was able to fix it right away. Highly recommend playing with this. It helps preventing a lot of issues that would otherwise we have to be fixing in the code later on. It's not a lot of fun. Now, after that, have a quick rescan, should show up. Now, I recommend, after having those automatic tests, which are great, doing some manual contrast checks as well. And that's because a lot of things might not be easily detectable by automated checks. Like I found some moments where, let's say, there's like a gradient over an image, and on that gradient, there's a text, and it may or may not look good in most of the cases. It might fail in some. So at that point, I recommend just like switching on your brain, really making sure that all of the different variations really do work. Now, one of the things I was quite excited about to see what they built into their plugin is color blindness checks. That's something that I would really like to focus on, because depending on which kind of color blindness we're looking at, some different content might be out of a sudden in a contrast issue as well. So it nicely allows you to quickly see all of them in one after another. You can just scroll into the version. Really useful tool. Play around with it. I did find some issues that way as well. And then we're looking at touch target sizes. Now, WCAG, which is the nice official definition of how things should be built in an accessible way, defines that our touch areas should be at least 48 by 48 pixels, right? You can see that the designer of this UI really thought about this, because it's exactly 48 pixels high. So we know it's exactly the right way. The only exception to this rule is when there's a text link in a block of text. That gets the exception. It can be smaller. Whenever you have something in a UI that is freestanding, ensure that those buttons are at least 48 by 48, and making sure that people who are touching it or might not be as secure with their mouse can reach it just as well. Now, we're looking at different text sizes. This is something you might have heard. Text, you should be able to scale to at least 200%. Now, this is something that the eBay plugin is doing really nicely for us. What it can do is you can just create a copy of your Figma frame containing the entire UI and just rescale the text for you. If that works without breaking, you did something very right. Congratulations. And then I mentioned interactive elements. I personally think it's the most important one. For some reason, it's not included in the include plugin. Again, I spoke to the developer. They might be working on this, so stay tuned on that. I'm going to see how we can do this instead. What I used here instead is an alternative way to annotate this. And you can see I added some UI elements, added some icons here, some icon buttons, and I added the information on what those icon buttons are about. I added their label, I added their role, and down here I added a nice little tab widget, and again annotated how the tab widget should work. I'm actually linking out to the WeAreDevelopers best practice on how this should be implemented to really make clear between the designer and the engineer that what is being thought about is exactly what everybody else thinks is about. Getting that perception of the element correct between designer and engineering just ensures that what's being built is what is supposed to be built, and we don't need to fix it afterwards because we already got it right the first time. So bringing it back to what we spoke about earlier, every issue we can prevent, we don't have to fix afterwards, right? Designer documents their deep UX insights, because let's face it, while building the UI, nobody understands that UI better than the designer. So when they do it themselves, that's perfect. Important information for that designer, don't throw it over the fence to us engineers, right? Like, I really like to work closely with my design partner to ensure that my information about how things can be built in the front end, I might know about some techniques they don't know about. So getting those two information sets together really ensures we're getting this right. And then lastly, work with your writer. I personally found having a writer right next to me really brings the information together in the best possible way. Having somebody who's really good at writing words. I'm clearly not. Getting all of those labels correctly, knowing that all of the buttons really speak to the user directly, and ensuring that the right things are being expected and then also happen. Best kind of thing. Also, a good solid document structure really helps. Now, lastly, let's have a look at some resources. I added some links for you here. You can learn a whole lot more on accessibility on about.google.com/belonging/accessibility-resources. We have a newsletter about accessibility infos under g.co/a11y/news. Highly recommend that one. There is the same information you can find for product launches as well. We're still on the platform that was formerly known as Twitter under @Google Access. There's a whole bunch of YouTube videos, and there's lots more coming under g.co/a11y videos. We have a disability support. So if you do yourself need some extra information because you have problem using this, please do reach out, because then we can specifically tackle this. We can first help you, then also make it better under g.co/disability support. And lastly, there is resources for all kinds of products and apps about that, everything that relates to this under about.google/belonging/accessibility-toolkit. Do check it out. I mentioned the newsletter. If you want to quickly snap a QR code, that gets you there to g.co/a11y/news. And then lastly, again, if you are disabled yourself and you would like to be part of our product building and help us get those things really in place, we have an accessibility trusted tester program. Finding that under g.co/a11ytt as in trusted tester. And then lastly, you can participate in user research under userresearch.google.com. And that is it from me. Thank you very much. Please reach out if you have any questions. You can find me under dir.kg. Thank you very much.
Cool. Hey.
Chris, hey!
Hey, I made it. So yeah, I just came in this morning from Berlin over to Vienna, so I haven't slept much, and it's great to see you. And I was very happy to get you introduced here. And you might not know, but this Accessibility Day was just an off-the-cuff thing because we needed to do it quickly. So I dug deep into my list of contacts, and you were one of the first ones that came up because we were at the same event at the same time. So I just basically grabbed you and said, like, hey, do you want to give a talk here? So thanks for all that information. There were a few questions coming in, not too many, but one of them was actually that you said that you must now rely on an icon alone to communicate action in buttons. Yeah. How about the fabs in material design?
Very good question. Two things should be on those fabs. One of them should be a tooltip, ideally. And lastly, as I mentioned, a good label. Having that information that gets the context for especially your non-sighted users is absolutely essential. If you have a fab that doesn't have a label, it is broken. People will not know what it's about.
An interesting thing when you showed the different access points that you jump with tab and then you do the keyboard controls. What did you see was a good way to explain to people? When I talk to people about screen readers and how people use screen readers, you have so many keyboard shortcuts that you never ever knew about. And most people would not know that they can actually control something with the arrow keys. So do you think a floating label over it, explaining it the first time you tap into it would be a way to indicate it? How do we get more access features that we put into the outside world? I remember in Windows, when you press Alt, you can see like the keyboard shortcuts for each of the things in an interface.
Oh, I love that.
Yes. I wonder if there's something like that for the web that could become a thing that we do.
I would love a standard for this. So far, I've only ever seen two things that just need to be done on every instance. One of them is make it visually clear when you are tapping on there that the element you're currently on can be navigated. And this can either be done using a tooltip or for your sighted users. And then for your non-sighted users, there's actually a very rich set of roles that indicate how a widget is to be used, right? Like, and I showed the drop down earlier. That drop down has a set of rules that are known, so there's interactive elements underneath, and by giving that set of rules to another widget, you're directly communicating to your users that this is the way to use this element as well. But yeah, you're right. It would be fantastic to have like a standard that shows it in a way for visual users just as well.
I guess in carousels, especially image carousels, that's where people start to realize you can always use the arrow keys for that, because that's something that has been
That's a learned
for quite a
thing.
while.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, other one. What's your opinion about disabled buttons? Should they be focused or skipped in the tab sequence? Also, should a button be? I mean, there was a big discussion if a button is a disabled button even makes sense until it's accessible, but because you might be in a form and it's basically disabled because the form feels like 5 screens away. So, should we disable buttons, or should we just have a message next to them when something goes wrong?
That's a big source of discussion, and I'm pretty torn. Like, I found use cases for both. Like, I personally try to always ensure that disabled buttons are focusable, just to make everybody aware that they are there. Because I've seen some use cases where you skip over the element and you don't realize what you're missing out on. For those cases, yes, the disabled button should be focusable. But then I've also seen some use cases where it's a good thing that you can skip over it, and it might just be in the way and not communicate. The important part is to have the information that why the button is disabled is visible and perceivable for everybody at all points. So it comes down to the reason, but yes, more often than not, have it there.
So we're almost out of time, but one more question that I saw. I mean, I work with a company called Locify that actually allows you to create, to use designs, and then uses AI to actually does some of the labeling for you. So it says like, that looks like a button, and do you want to flag it up as a button? That looks like a headline. Do you want to flag it up as a headline? And then it generates components from these things, like reacted view components directly from the designs. Because when all the stuff that you showed is really, really cool, but how do you ensure that nothing gets lost in the going from designer to developer? Because I remember we always put things on like, there should be an alternative text in there. We gave people the alternative text in our designs, and then we gave it over to production and nothing happened. So how do you make sure that all the information that you put in also ends up in the final product? Is there a way to lint that? Is there a way to enforce that in a workflow, or what can we do there?
Yeah, a combination of all of those things is definitely useful. If you have some AI, use some AI. I would say don't rely on it. Like having those as like a helper that like points out things where some information should be, but then like ensure that somebody who understands the product fully is able to add those informations manually. Getting the buy-in of your entire team is really down to you as the person who cares about accessibility in your team, and ensure that everybody who's part of this is not only there, but also there and is willing and do of all of the things. Because otherwise, if one of the persons in that order of things is skipping out, it won't work, right? But then again, we learned that we can actually save money, and with money we can save time, and with time it comes together, right? Like if you need a reason of motivation that goes beyond just wanting to do something for everybody, money is there. So if you can ensure that everybody is doing it because we're actually saving money, go for that. Otherwise, I'm always happy to just help because it's a freaking right thing.
How do we deal with the fleeting nature of development these days? I mean, this is for a product that will be finalized and probably a product that already exists. But in a startup, you basically build your interface and you basically do A/B testing live in public, and your end users are your users and your testers. So I always tell people that accessibility tacked on at the end will cost you so much more time and money. But when your product is never in a state where you actually say, this is the final product, how can we tell people that it's still important to think about that up front?
Yeah, we're obviously in the same boat, right? It's all about making it part of the product to begin with. And this sounds empty if I say it like this, but everybody just needs to be aware that we have all kinds of users. and you haven't met the user yet. And if you're skipping out on some things, then that user will not be able to use your product and not spend money on it, right? So having, again, it sounds empty, but if you need a reason that is not just, hey, I'm doing the right thing, let money be that thing and have that motivation run for you.
Okay. I mean, the other thing is, of course, like, I could get sued if you're not accessible, but I always hated that argument, because then people do the least amount of things so they can't get sued, and they don't think about the end user, they think about lawyers, and that makes no sense. So one question, is Google following the web content accessibility guidelines to ensure accessibility, or do you have your own set of guidelines? In Microsoft, we had like a more brutal one on top of WCAG, but does Google have similar things?
Yes, exactly. Very similar. And we're right now in the process of updating to the latest version of WCAG as well. We have a superset of it. So we're actually more stringent in many ways than WCAG. But yes, it's very closely aligned.
And is it localized to different places? Like, do you see different things in different countries, or is it?
No, it's not.
Because we found there's like weird guidelines that you have to do in Italy with like voice recognition, for example, that other countries don't do yet. So it's basically playing whack-a-mole with like needs of different countries. So that was
interesting. No, I haven't seen that. It's global at this point, as far as I know. Don't get me wrong. Don't quote me on that.
Okay. This is a long question, so I'm going to read it out while I'm showing it. A big frustration for me as an end user support is explaining something that worked on my gadget does not work on another user's gadget. How can we prevent this? So I think that's the thing about environment, where people say like, hey, it worked on my computer, and the end user. And I mean, that's something that I found as well. You get a lot of like bugs filed, and then people don't give you like step-by-step instructions what happened. And a lot of developers ask me, like, can I actually detect if somebody used a screen reader? And you can't legally detect, because that would allow you to discriminate. But how can you get a feeling as somebody that when a bug comes in and you say, like, it works on my machine, what could that be? Would the best be to ask the person?
Yes, for sure. So when we're filing bugs, we do mention what combination of browser and screen reader, or whatever platform we're talking about, has been created on, and then we're trying to replicate that. And we're trying to fully rebuild what was mentioned and see if we can reproduce this. And then there's two results. Like, either we can find a way to fix it, or if the issue is in fact in either the browser or in the screen reader, we're trying to report that issue to them. But yeah, it's web development all over again, right? Like, we all worked on the web for a long time. There's inconsistencies between those platforms. We try to build as openly as possible, and to ensure that everybody has not the same, but a comparable experience that's really just at the core of it, right? And if some of those platform combinations skip out, ensure that you find a solution for it.
I blogged about that the other day, because I was basically venting my frustration over the last few years that we know all about browsers nowadays. Like, browsers are known. We can actually look into the rendering with developer tools. We actually know what the browser does. We even now get memory consumption on every tab in Chrome since last week. So that was a really nice thing as well. Yeah. And you can also do like you can use the inspector to find keyboard accessibility, and you can see the contrast of the different images and colors as well. And everything is in there. But screen readers are basically a black box, and it's just really bizarre to see what we can do. We had, for example, a bug in Orca, and we could not release the product until it actually is accessible with all different environments. And we ended up writing a patch for Orca ourselves, and actually getting one of our engineers to work on that product to do it.
Oh,
so
wow.
I think do you think there is a way to find a better option for that? Because I love NVDA. I think it's like open source. It does the right things. It's the most up-to-date screen reader. But when you look at the WebAIM screen reader survey, most people still use JAWS and Windows. And is there any way we can advocate to people that, or is this not our place? So actually, they should upgrade their environments as well.
Yeah, like while you were explaining, I heard my brain going to an argument that I've been preaching for over 20 years, and that is just web standards, right? Like the closer you stay with the standards and the closer you stay with established patterns, like there's a whole set of accessibility best practice patterns on the ARIA website. The closer you stay to those, the higher chances are that all of the systems that are building and are trying to also align with those standards, the better are chances that it is, right? And I personally, I'm a big fan of NVDA as well, because it's the one that is strictly built towards the standards, right? Like a lot of other systems like JAWS have evolved over such a long time and have been gotten very opinionated about some things. NVIDIA is not. NVIDIA is strictly to the standards, and if you can make it work there, chances it will work everywhere else. If not, that can be an issue that needs to be fixed, but your chances just get even higher the closer you rely on standards.
Is it though? I mean, yeah, I would love it, and I preached that for 20 years as well. But then I saw, for example, the decision of the Safari team to actually not announce a list as a list because people had too many lists in there.
Yeah.
And I was also, this is just the things where I'm like, when you talk about opinionated, sometimes browser makers and assistive technology makers make decisions against the web standard ideas. So it's a really bizarre thing that this happens.
I know. What you're describing has happened years before as well, when we were still building websites using tables. Remember that time? At that point, a lot of the screen readers decided to try to recognize if the table is used as a visual element and then not announce it as a table. I guess that kind of plays in the same direction in that's what the Safari team is doing there, where they decided that so many users are using, or so many developers are using lists to do something that it's not that they're decided to do this. It's a bummer, but yeah, there's way to work around it.
It was interesting when you showed the color deficiency and visual deficiency simulation in the plugin, because that's also built into the browser now. Firefox does a really good job with it. In Edge and in Chrome, we put it in there as well in the menu bar, so you can basically see the different colors. And I think it's super important that people realize that, like, when it comes to contrast of foreground and background, you should also check that with the different color simulations, because oftentimes you have a problem there.
100%. And it goes even further, right? Like there's like high contrast mode, and there's all kinds of different variations that can break. So the more you're aware of how your users can perceive things, and we saw that there is a vast multitude of different user types and every combination in between. So it's really down to you, I'm afraid, to get to know all of these options and test them out as much as possible, as early as possible.
And also know about it. I mean, I just did a course for LinkedIn Learning where I explained to people in German, so don't worry about it. But where basically it's incredible when you actually just use your operating system and go to the accessibility menu and see how many options are there for people to do. So your job as an engineer or as a designer is to make sure that if those people use those tools to make your system accessible, that it actually warrants that there is a dark and light mode, that there is a high contrast mode that's enabled. So learning about these features just by using the operating system will give you a lot of empathy for those end users as well, because using your whole operating system in high contrast mode is not fun. That's why we put a simulator in the developer tools as well. They can see the website in high contrast mode, but you don't have to change your editor into high contrast mode. But it's 8% of the Windows users out there, and that's a lot of people. And before I had to implement it, I didn't even know about high contrast mode. So I'm like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. I've colleagues who like fully specialize on that. It's crazy. Like I don't claim to be an expert there either.
Well, okay, I guess we're kind of getting to the end of this. I mean, do you have, like, as a final thing, what are 5 tips that you can impress your CTO with to say, like, we should think about accessibility? Don't say money.
Yeah, I feel like that when you're talking to your CTO, it probably boils down to the slide that I showed, like the every hour invested in preventing saves around 4 hours. That's conservative, right? Like there might be more. There's probably more. The amount of money and time and money saved by preventing is the strongest argument. Right? Like even if you have a team, and I'm sorry for you, that is completely not interested in accessibility, but your company needs to build things accessible, because we all do, because we all want our users to be able to use our website, especially when you're making yes, exactly, especially when you're making money with your product, right? The more users you can reach, the better is your business. So having that in the back of your mind and knowing that all of the things that you invest as early as possible will just save time and money afterwards that you don't have to invest in fixing. I think that's like the number one thing I want to emphasize.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for being here, and well, not here, but being there. And I hope if people need more from you in your slides, you had the contact details with that. And I mean, you're very active on social media as well, while we still have it. And then we can ask some more questions there. So thanks very much. And hopefully people will have learned something from it. And we're going to reuse the video later on for some more tidbit trainings as well. So thanks so much.
Yes, please. Good seeing you, Chris. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. So we're now going into a quick break because I need a coffee, and then we're going to be back with the next speaker. So see you soon.
Have you found your dream job as a developer? Or are you stuck in an unfulfilling job? On WeAreDevelopers.com, you find over 1,000 jobs in Europe that fit the tech stack that you want to work with, and salaries go up to $130K. All you have to do is create a free profile, and you automatically get matched with jobs that fit your requirements. So what are you waiting for? Create your free profile and let companies apply to you now.
And we're back. So next up, we got Piccia. She's another person that I randomly grabbed at the event to say like, hey, we need more accessibility people, because she gave a great talk at the event. And I want to break a lance for the event, Beyond Tellerrand conference in Germany, in Düsseldorf and in Berlin. If you ever want to go to a real conference that just leaves you really, really inspired and you find wonderfully creative people, that's a place to go. I've been going there for 10 years now, and I never regretted it. And you meet great people like our next speaker here. Piccia is a UX and accessibility design lead, and she is speaking 3 languages and delivers workshops and talks in 3 different languages, which is one more than I do. So I'm already jealous about that. And she also wants to talk about creativity and how creativity and accessibility can work together without being actually antagonizing each other. So hopefully we have her here. Yes, we have her here. So welcome, Piccia.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm good. I'm tired. I'm shattered, but I'm in the office, so that's pretty good. Next time I'm going to do this. Yeah, I am. And it's good to see like physical accessibility when buttons don't work and don't light up. So, and then you're always like, I want to fix the world around me, but you can't because you have to get to the office. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. And I want to thank you so much for the wonderful introduction that you gave me. And also, I also want to say that this year was my first year at Beyond Tellerrand, and I absolutely loved it. It's a must conference, because conferences can change lives, actually, I believe. And Beyond Tellerrand is one of them.
Yeah, it was a very good place to find people. And as you see, I mean, what I like about it is there's no ego in all the speakers as well. You don't meet anybody who's like aloof or something. So when I just basically talk to you and say like, I need somebody today about this, can you come to this event? You were all like, well, after a glass of wine, you were all like, yeah, I'll do it. So that was good. So I think without further ado, let's kick into your presentation and see what you have to talk about to us about when it comes to like creative interfaces and how it works with accessibility or against accessibility.
Great. So
Cool.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, here we are. I believe everything is okay. So here we are. Dizzy users, closed browsers, balancing creativity and accessibility is what we are going to talk about today. I'm wondering, I don't have, so this is an online conference, so I can't see anybody, which is a bit weird. And usually when I show this image, which is divers in the water with a village behind it, with white umbrellas, white buildings, with sort of wooden terraces and beautiful ragged mountains in the background, there are always a few people that recognize it. Maybe some of you have seen a great documentary called The Deepest Breath. So, cliffhanger over, this is Dahab, which is a tiny village on the coast of the Red Sea. That's the mecca of scuba diving and free diving. It's very relaxed. There's a hippie vibe there. There's, divers and goats in the streets and lots, very local. It's not that touristy. I absolutely love it. I also love it because when you're anywhere in the water in Dahab, you're immersed in this kind of deep blue wonder world with gorgeous sea creatures, multicolored, dancing around over the corals in the sun rays. And I am really at my happiest when I'm in the water. I live in Valencia. I have the water right over here. That's what I like. So when I was in Dahab, I decided to enroll in a free diving course because I wanted to do more than simply snorkel. I wanted to feel as one with the fishes. I wanted to glide silently among them because when you're scuba diving, you got the bubbles. When you're free diving, you don't have that. So it's easier to get closer to the animals. And I wanted to explore the depths and practice meditation in motion on a single breath, which is really what free diving is. So in the basic free diving course that I took, what they do is first they teach you the theory and safety in a classroom, and then they take you into the water. And that's where my dreams came crashing down. They dissolved like a headache tablet in the waters of the Red Sea, because I soon realized that I had a big problem. I couldn't equalize. That's when you make your ears pop so that you can actually dive down. Because as you can see, this image shows a free diver with the long fins and the weights and the diving suit that goes straight vertically down a rope. And you need to get as far down as at least 10 meters if you want to get your first qualification as a free diver. Well, I simply couldn't do that because when you go down this way, there is no gradual adaptation to the pressure. It happens immediately. The hardest bit is actually the first meter, and I couldn't go any further than a couple of meters. And even so, at the cost of considerable pain in my inner ear, it really felt almost unbearable. So this obviously wouldn't work. So the instructors sent me off to a near specialist in the village that was working specifically with divers. He examined me and then asked, "Where do you live?" And I said, "I live in London and I cycle everywhere," which means I'm always out in the road taking in all the fumes. And he said, yeah, that figures. You have a chronic ear infection due to pollution. Thank you, Boris Johnson. Those were the years. He explained that I may train my ears to withstand the pressure and not hurt when you dive. And he actually recommended I try scuba diving first because your ears have time to adapt. But it can take years. So I was gutted. Like I was so disappointed. I couldn't be swimming like with the fishes like a silver-haired mermaid as I had imagined. So this dream would not come true. However, now I had a diagnosis. At least I knew what was going on, why other people could make it down, and I simply couldn't. I would just hang out, holding my breath, which was wonderful anyway, wonderful peace, but I couldn't go down. So life went on, got home, and I moved on, as you do, from my crushing disappointment, because unless I was actually in the water, I had no reason to think that this affected my daily life in any other way. Fast forward to last February 2023, where I had to wait for a couple of hours for some test results in a hospital waiting room in Spain, where I live now, under extremely bright, flickering fluorescent lights. You know the lights in hospital, they're very often like that. At the end of the second hour of waiting, I had a major fainting fit. I literally had to rip the mask off my face, sort of Grey's Anatomy style, you know, when they go home and they go, in order to breathe. I was overcome by a powerful wave of nausea, which is very unusual for me. Normally doesn't happen. And I crumpled down on the floor on a dizzy heap, which, you know, I have to say, if you need to faint anywhere, it's a good idea to do it in a hospital, because, you know, I'd reached the floor and immediately they scooped me up and put me they wheeled me off and put me in a bed where they ran a full set of tests on me, which is also good checkup. And they told me I was 100% fine, absolutely nothing wrong with me that could work out. Please leave. Okay, fine, I'll go. I wasn't feeling hot at all. I was still not feeling well because I was in a ward with lower lights, but still there were neon lights and I was still feeling very, very sick. I thought, is this a virus? I don't know. Then a family member came to pick me up and I was wheeled out through the entrance of the hospital. And guess what? Once again, they put me out the same fluorescent lights. After 30 seconds, I was the same as when I'd fallen down to the ground a couple of hours earlier. Luckily, that second, my niece appeared in the doorway. She had the taxi there waiting. I said, bundle me into the taxi. Let's leave right now. Because I knew there was no point going back. They wouldn't have been able to do anything. So I'm afraid to say that I had, within 100 meters, I had to ask for the taxi to stop and I had to empty my stomach by the side of the road. And I'm really sorry for the gory detail, but I do need you to understand just how sick I was feeling. Once I got better, I researched a bit further, as you do, and I found out that light sensitivity is very common for people affected by vestibular disorders. And specifically, neon lights have a flickering frequency that can trigger episodes just like mine. So on the same day of this discovery, I went to have some late afternoon cake with a friend in a coffee shop near my studio, where, guess what? They had made the same dubious choice of lighting as the hospital. So less than half an hour, under harsh neon lights again, I had once more the same overwhelming wave of nausea and I had to leave. There is no doubt left now. I have a vestibular disorder, which I did know after all, because I was diagnosed in 2015 by a world-renowned medical consultant. I just didn't think it affected me unless I was in the water. This is how the Ally Project website explains the vestibular system. Your vestibular system is a sensory mechanism in the inner ear that detects movement of the head and helps to control balance. And it goes on to explain that people with vestibular disorders have a problem with their inner ear. It affects their balance as well as, crucially, their visual perception of the world around them. I left London 7.5 years ago, and now I live in a much less polluted environment. So my condition has improved because I can now dive, which is great, but it's still there. So after I read this, that's when I had my amazing light bulb moment. Sorry about the light pun again. And I realized that finally I have a good, solid, demonstrable reason why I hate animations on the web. I'm not just a cantankerous old fart that can't get on with the kids. I have, and resisting innovation. I actually have a sound base for my dislike. So, in short, your GIFs and your animations literally make me sick. For some, this is a truly disabling condition, and it's an invisible one. You can't see this disorder. And by the way, it is most definitely not just me. 35% of adults in the United States of America, age 40 plus, which equals around 69 million, present evidence of vestibular dysfunction. This is a source from an article by the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine in Baltimore. And this is you get the slides later, so you also get the link to it if you want to check it out. That is the equivalent, around 69, 70 million people, the equivalent of the whole population of Thailand, by the way, just to give you a measure. Then 4%, that is about 8 million, so that's smaller than London actually, just about, of US adults report chronic balance problems. 1.1% report chronic dizziness, and 80% age 65 plus have experienced dizziness. Again, the source is the National Institute on Deafness and Other Communication Disorders in the States. But if you're starting to think that this doesn't affect the young, I'm going to tell you now that it doesn't just affect the oldies, because let's talk about 2.2 billion people with a vision disability that Dirk talked about earlier. I mean, there's so much to say on this. They are one of the many categories that are negatively affected by reckless web movement. So 2.2 billion people with a vision disability, 75 million people on the autistic spectrum. That's the population of the UK, by the way. 50 million people with epilepsy, the whole of Spain, throwing in Andorra for good measure. So I think I've made my point clear. But let's also mention 78 million people with dyslexia, probably dislike animation. So, etc. In short, once again, your GIFs, your animations are actually making billions of us sick. And as I was preparing all this, I started thinking, doesn't everybody who works in the industry already know all this? Am I preaching to the converted? Isn't this already obvious? And then on that day, I have to tell you, I'm quite involved with the WordPress community. WordPress is a tool that we use to build the web, but it also has a huge global community. And when I moved to Spain, one of the first things that I did was get in touch with the WordPress community. And now some of my best friends are found in the community. So I got this email from WordPress Granada sent by a friend of mine on that same day, actually. Here's what it looks like. Basically, it's I think, is it 6 GIFs? I think I counted 6 GIFs. So you can't stop GIFs in an email. You can't stop them. So I can't go to this event because I can't tell the timing of it for the GIFs. I literally am unable to take in the most important thing about this email, which is when and where this meetup is. So it's actually quite funny. And of course, GIFs had their place. But what I thought then was, oh my God, I can't deal with this. And here is a question that I usually ask to the live audience, and I'm going to ask you online. I'm sure if anybody comments, people will tell me, are GIFs good or evil? Because there are moments when I think they're evil. But on Twitter and on Facebook, you can stop them. So that's great. Not in an email, though. Anyway, just for a quick trip down memory lane, I don't think that GIFs are terrible. I remember that this is probably the first GIFs that I ever saw, and it's the homepage of Batman Forever. It says, "Welcome to Gotham," and there's like this Gotham sky with the bat slide and a blimp. Sorry, yeah, a Zeppelin with the Batman Forever logo, and it's the website for Batman Forever, the film by the legendary Jeffrey Zeltman. I think this was 1995. So I was super excited because I'd barely just got used to color on screens, let alone I designed my first book on a Mac Classic this size, and it was black and white. So this was very exciting. So a moving image on the web, fantastic. But I couldn't have predicted how ubiquitous GIFs would become. More on this later, but for now, this is actually the question that starts coming up for me. is animation really indispensable in this day and age? And can we be creative without animation being the protagonist? And this question also naturally evolves into, can we be creative and accessible? The moment when this question came up very, very strongly was last year when I gave a talk on accessibility to a Spanish audience. It was an online talk like this, but we managed to have in the end a really engaged conversation, which was great. And a few people were saying, you're asking us to let go of creativity when you tell us that we must be accessible. And I was like, no, I'm not. Why are you making this equation? And the thing is that they were definitely equating animation with creativity. So I'm asking you, and I hope that you want to comment about this. I can't see your comments right now, but I hope you're doing that. What do you think? Are the two mutually exclusive? Can accessibility be creative and beautiful? Then I thought, well, I'm an art historian by training, so I can think of hundreds of thousands of examples of creativity that doesn't use animation. Because once more, in the discussion that I mentioned, that's what people were doing. They seemed to equate creativity with animation, and most of them were the designers, actually, interestingly. Here's a detail from a painting titled The Garden of Earthly Delights by Bosch, a Flemish painting active in the 16th century, if I'm not terribly wrong. I don't think I am. It's an incredibly detailed and intricate depiction of humanity, animals, and plants in bizarre combinations, unrealistic scale, improbable situations, and fantastic details. Is this creative? I would say that it's undeniably creative, and yet it doesn't move. Think about it. If we needed animation in order to have creativity, then we might as well set fire to the Prado Museum in Madrid, where this painting is preserved, the many wonderful museums in Vienna, where we're hosted today, and so on, just to mention a couple of the thousands of museums all over the world that are full of completely static masterpieces of imagination and skill. And yes, you may say, however, that this is a painting, so it's not accessible, is it? Because it's not visible to blind people. But what if it could be made accessible instead? How could we possibly do that? This next painting that I'm showing you is a painting of Saint George slaying the dragon, and it's in the Pinacoteca di Bologna in Italy. It's a medieval painting by Vitale da Bologna, an artist active in the second half of the 14th century, again, obviously in Bologna, in Italy. That I have always loved, by the way. But for someone who can't see this painting, you can describe it in detail, saying that St. George is on a dark grey horse in mid-gallop with its neck elongated in a backwards movement that describes a lovely curve, and its head is turned to the side. The dragon is on the ground with a knight's spear down its throat. The head of a woman wearing a pink tunic and a crown is peering in on the right. So the knight is wearing a red vest and he is saving the princess, and so on. You could carry on. But if someone is in the museum, there is in fact another wonderful way to make it accessible. And here it is. Whoopsies. Yes, here it is. This painting has a 3D companion. It's a faithful Braille version of the original painting that blind people can touch in order to understand what is in the painting. Isn't it beautiful? I don't need it, actually. I don't need this touchable version in order to see the painting because I am sighted. I can see it. And yet it delights me. So yes, we could potentially have 100% accessible paintings that also delight the people that don't need this 3D version. Once more, for those in the back, this is a living demonstration that accessibility is essential for some and useful for all. And in this case, even delightful. So then I thought, can we have creativity on the web that is the equivalent of the Braille version of a painting? That is to say, creative, delightful for everyone, and 100% accessible. And then I thought, okay, let's have a look at the top websites in the world if I want to find an example of this. I thought, let's go and visit the Webby Awards, which you can all go and see. Presumably, this site contains examples of the top of the tops, the absolute best in the industry. Now, I'm about to show you a few sites, and I want to insert a very, very important disclaimer here, because none of the people who built this sites have asked for my feedback, and I am not giving it. I am not passing judgment either. I'm just looking at the accessibility aspect combined with creativity. Also, I know that when I build stuff, I mean, I'm going to show you my own website later, which definitely isn't perfect right now. It has a few accessibility issues that I'm sorting. I didn't have time to push live on the staging before this. So I know that we all work within constraints, and sometimes we tell clients things that they don't necessarily listen. So it's not a judgment, but I'm just showing you stuff. I know the constraints we're all under. So Webby Awards. And I also want to say that I didn't have to spend almost any time on it. I went for the winning categories, and literally the first 2 sites that I looked at were as follows. The first one was the winner for the architecture, art and design category of 2022. And it's an amazing piece of educational content by the Getty Museum. You see the homepage of it in this slide. It's called Mesopotamia. At the top, it says cities, writing, and kings. And it's an intimate look at some extraordinary objects for an exhibition at the Getty Villa. The Getty are a family of American philanthropists and art collectors, and they have an amazing museum and do lots of stuff for art and education. I'm going to show you a video that I made of the site, but I just checked it because it's just easier with this type of presentation. But I just checked it before I came online today, and it looks exactly the same now. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, which has a video, and you could qualify it as a 3D animation activated by scrolling. You can go and check it out if you want. So this is what happens. You go into it. I can slow it down. Actually, I'm going to stop it right now. So you scroll down, and you're scrolling. You can also scroll with the keyboard, so that's fine. As you scroll down, you get shown a number of artifacts. This current one is a lion, a 3D lion in ceramic tiles. And it tells you what it is. It's a panel with a striding lion. There's a caption, and it says 605 to 562 before Christ. It's glazed ceramic. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. There you go. And it just keeps telling you, as you scroll down, it keeps you telling things. It gives you information. You can expand the caption, and it tells you more about the piece. The only interaction that happens, by the way, is the scrolling down. You can't change this at all in any way. The scrolling uncovers the information. It gives you maps, it gives you a bit of history, and it takes you into the room where these objects are in display, and it zooms into a number of objects that look 3D and that you can see in detail, and it gives you more information about them. Then it zooms out again on the room, and then into other artifacts and pieces until you basically get down to the bottom of the page. So it's actually the only interaction that happens is that the scrolling gets you further into the content, but you can't change anything. You can't decide, oh, I want to see that object now, and then go into it. So it's just basically, as I said earlier, a 3D animation activated by scrolling. So after I looked at this, the first site, because he was one of the winners. That's what I went for. A question arises for me. Could this have been a video instead? Before we answer that question, I want to make an important differentiation. A website, an app, or a digital product exist to be interacted with. We go and interact with them in order to learn something, to inform ourselves about something, or complete a task. This is their function. While a video, a film, or a moving image artwork generally exists to be passively received. No interaction is required. This is a very important differentiation. But before, another thing that is very important to check is to check whether the Mesopotamia site is actually visible or invisible. So I asked my friend and speaking coach, by the way, Lazar Bulatovic, who is blind from birth and has been using a screen reader since 2004. Meeting Lazar, by the way, changed my life in the sense of the way I even build my talks, because if you listen to this talk without being able to see any of the images, you should really be able to understand it in exactly the same way, or at least that's what I'm striving to do at all times. Back to Lazar, who is blind from birth, using a screen reader since 2004. I asked him to please check this site, and his response was verbatim: "This is an extremely inaccessible website. The screen reader doesn't announce a single thing." So the answer from the question that we posed earlier is yes, the Mesopotamian website should be a video, because a narrated video with captions for those who can't hear that well for the Mesopotamia display would have been accessible. This version simply isn't accessible. This is another web nominee that I also randomly selected, and it's just an example of people who do think that creativity equates animation. And again, I'm not making any comments. It's a fantastic site. This agency does fabulous work. But when I asked, this is their homepage. Again, it's a video, but you can check it. It's still exactly the same. And when I asked Lazar, I look at this and think, wow, they do amazing stuff, brilliant, and so on. But again, Lazar's verdict is that he has no idea what this is going on, because it's an autoplay video on their homepage that is at the top. So it actually constitutes a proper physical, well, metaphorically physical barrier for someone like Lazar. And because I can't stop it, I can't even tell you how, I don't need to tell you probably how it makes me feel. Fabulous agency, by the way. So at this point, you may be asking yourselves whether I, Piccia Neri, hate animation. Well, clearly I don't, because I am using it in my own slides to build text with the aim of aiding attention and visual cognition. Because if when I'm talking, you have to look at a wall of text, then you can't concentrate on what I'm saying because you're reading. So I keep them short and I animate them as I see them. I try and make it, I hope, in a smooth way that doesn't bother anyone. I haven't had any complaints yet, but if it bothers you, do let me know. Obviously, it doesn't bother me, so that's usually a good yardstick. And here's another example when I had to use animation on a website because the recent brand and identity required it. Music Patron is a music startup that connects patrons and musicians. So this micro animation, we're using lots of other micro animations on the homepage of the two dots uniting, reinforces the main concept of creating a connection. It stops immediately and it doesn't bother me in the slightest. But what matters is, does it make the site invisible to Lazar? This was Lazar's response, verbatim again. The Music Patron website is very accessible. I'm actually surprised. Well done. Massive few. But we did try very hard, obviously. At this point, let's look at animations. And again, let's make a distinction, which is very broad at this point. There are two types of animation. The first one is non-dynamic and non-interactive, GIF, autoplay, or creative agencies websites, while the second one is dynamic, interactive, and dependent on user input, which you may say that the Mesopotamia website falls into this category, sort of. And generally speaking, you could argue that number one, non-dynamic and non-interactive, is usually negative because you don't give the user agency over what they're seeing. What point two, interactive, is usually positive. However, as we've just seen, this doesn't always apply because people like Lazar can't even see the Mesopotamia website. So I'm asking myself now, why did the Getty make the decision of creating a 3D interaction animation on the web instead of a video? Probably would have been cheaper. Well, I think it has to do with the fact that technological advances have always shaped culture, art, and design. Oil painting, the first one that we saw, the Bosch painting, was a game changer in art because it allowed painters to go into fine detail, and so on. Lots of things like this have happened in history. So this definitely applies to the widespread use of animation on the web right now, because we have a wider broadband. There are technical reasons why it's way easier. There are many technologies that you can use, no Flash anymore. And also there's artificial intelligence, but that's different talk. Also, important thing is that the Getty won an award with their site. They might not have won it if it had been a video, because it wouldn't have looked as cool and as interesting technically as well. To me, this reflection is very strictly connected with another one. How have we come to equating creativity with visual effects? Surely creativity expresses itself in a variety of ways. There is a wider conversation here on what creativity actually is and how it helps us on the web, which is too much to go into. But surely being creative on the web can apply to so much more than just visuals, considering that visuals are actually invisible to so many people. After all, let's think why we build digital products of any kind. Basically, we build them in order to get customers to do what we want. Conversions are what we're after, which often simply means buy my stuff. Take, for instance, home insurance that we all need, don't we? So let's visit Aviva. It's just screenshots here, but I've recently checked and this is what it looks like, more or less. I want home insurance, let's say. This is a solidly static website, very practical. It has buttons that I can click for different types of insurance. And I click on home insurance, and it takes me to a panel where there's another button that says get a quote. And I go, okay, get a quote, let's go there. And it gets me to a form, which is the first big friction for me, because the first thing that it asks me, there's 5 different titles that I can choose from. First one is Mr., followed by Mrs., followed by Miss, followed by Ms., followed by Doctor. Now, as a woman, I am asked to make a statement over my relationship status, unless I am a doctor. A man doesn't get asked that. Now, this riles me no end. I am out. Personally speaking, this is it, because you do not need this to get a quote. I do understand that you probably need my date of birth, but you do not need to know this. So I am just, that's me, out. But let's just have a look at the rest of the form. Dallas dishwater, as well as straight out annoying. And I haven't even looked at the actual accessibility yet. I'll tell you about it in a minute. Also, they don't tell me why they need to know my date of birth, and that's another really big point of friction for me. Here's another insurance provider that's available in various parts, and I am going to actually go on their site because I want to give you, rather than a video, the actual experiences, but also because they slightly change it all the time. So I am now going to do a different share, if that's all right, team. So let me just stop this screen. Stop. Great. Now present another screen. Bear with me just by 1 second. And here it is. Share. And I think that you can see it. Yes, I think it's all good. If no one stops me, I'll just carry on. Now, this homepage for Lemonade Insurance, saying that the heading 1 is forget everything you know about insurance. And below, in smaller type, instant everything, incredible prices, big heart. It's a white page with just a few line illustrations that actually have a tiny animation, but it's so tiny that it doesn't bother me. And below, a big pink button saying check our prices. Now, even the cookie notice on the bottom right is done perfectly well, because accepting, customizing, or rejecting, all same level of easiness. So I'm just going to reject all, and I'm going to click on check our prices. Here we go. Here is Maya. Look at Maya. She's already making me feel at ease. There is zero. It's like warm and personable. And Maya is asking me if I already have a Lemonade account. Everything is gray on the screen now. I can either go yes or nope. And you can see how this is the way they speak. This is the language. And I'm going to go for nope. Whoa, tiny animation on the next button. And it pops up slightly and it becomes from gray, it becomes pink. Does this bother me? No. Was it animated? Yes. Which insurance? Let's go for renters. Now, they are asking me which insurance: renters, homeowners, car, pet health, or term life. And they are using illustrations for this. When I click on renters, again, same thing happens. A few things animate and become pink to make it easier for me to go ahead. The darkness is also different. So if I were colorblind and didn't see the pink, I would notice I would notice the animation, and I would also notice the difference in brightness. So I would see that now it's active. So I'm going to go oops, can't spell my own name. Oops. Sorry. So they want my first name and my last name. I'm so delighted to give it to them. I didn't want to before. Notice they haven't asked me the title. And Maya is going to get me an awesome price in minutes. Let's do this. Let's do it. Now I'm going to use a random New York address that I found online. It's a Brooklyn address. I'd love to live in Brooklyn for a while. This is it. And a map pops up. Maya already knows where I live. I'm going to say apartment 1A. Next. Do I have fire alarm or burglar alarm at home? I'm going to say yes. Now, the screen, do you share your home with any of the following? It's roommates, partner, kids, dogs, and cats. How did they decide to illustrate this? They use for roommates, they use 2 beer bottles, partner, 2 glasses of wine, kids, a juice carton, dogs and cats, a bowl. Isn't this creative? Isn't this engaging? So I'm not going to carry on now because it would take too long. But I think that here you've seen a fantastic example of how to use creativity. Obviously, Lemonade have a big budget. So I'm going to stop that, and I'm going to actually close that window. Otherwise, I'm going to get confused with the presentation. And I'm going to share my presentation again. Here we are. And let's move on from here. Oopsies. Sorry, it's now, because that is actually, sorry about that. Just a second. I am stuck in a loop where it keeps opening my browser. Apologies. We will move on, I promise. Is it gonna? Okay, yes, here we are. But also, the other thing that I need to check straight away is whether Laza can buy insurance from either of these providers. And the accessibility check is yes. So well done, both. But I am definitely Lemonade and not Aviva, because I am a woman who isn't a Mrs., a Miss, or a Ms. So there you go. Lemonade is a great example of how to be creative on the web, but they probably have like a huge budget. So what if you don't have the time or the means or the need to create an interactive animated experience, but you still want to do something that is creative? Well, another way to be creative on the web is to use a concept. And I'm going to give you the example of my site. Really tiny. I'm not bragging here because it's like minor, but it's a tiny, it's a way of using that. So I had to create my new site, and a friend suggested I use an expletive in my heading 1 on the homepage, a king good designer, which I felt represented by, but also a bit aggressive and yeah, maybe not for everyone. So I countered with a rocking good designer, which I feel is perfect for my personality and preferences and history and whatever. At that point, I remember that years ago, I'd done a number of playful photo shoots with my niece and nephew, dressing them up as rock stars. Now, my nephew's name is Rocco, so that's apt as well. And here he is rocking it with, pretending to be a rock star with a guitar and a leather jacket at 6 years of age. I thought, perfect. So I used this photo, which is now on my website. It says a rocking good designer, big button saying let's talk. And I sprinkled Rocco's, I reversed it and I sprinkled it with a bit of punk aesthetic, which also was very much influenced by technology at the time. Photocopy machines, basic inks, that's what was available. So punk graphic design looks a little bit like this. It doesn't do much. It's not, but it is. I did use my imagination a little bit, and it doesn't move. Could I move it? Yeah, there's lightning, there's magenta lightning striking the boy. And it would be fun if it came in and he struck him and then stopped immediately, because that's what matters. Maybe I will do it one day, but just as long as if I decide to add this animation, I make sure that, first of all, animation that improves the UX. So if I want to improve it, first of all, it must reduce cognitive load somehow, or improve decision making. It doesn't have to do all of this, but one or a couple of these. Then helps the storytelling. So that's what we saw earlier with Lemonade. All of this improves usability. And also entertains and delights, which in a case like this, that would be the only thing. But just as long as it doesn't actually do any of the bad things that make animation destroy the UX. And that's when you take away options, when you take away agency, when you take away well-being, and when you don't add much, and when it's completely inaccessible, which is what happens sadly with the Getty Mesopotamia site. When you decide to use animation in your work, or when a client requests that you use animation in your work, before you do anything else, simple guideline number 1 is to ask yourself this question: will this animation meaningfully improve the experience? If the answer is yes, do it. If the answer is no, don't do it. It's really simple. Honestly, that's all there is to it. Simple guideline number 2, and second question to ask yourself is, will this animation make the whole site invisible to someone? If the answer is yes, don't do it. If the answer is no, do it. That's it. Once again, if you do it, just make sure that you follow the pause, stop, hide Wicca guideline. You set to not contain either blinking or flashing. You set all text or captions wherever possible. Switch for a non-autoplay video. Always. Never have an autoplay video. Can you use a still image instead? Always ask yourself this. Because to be creative and accessible, you need to not think that you're creating a visual display or a piece of art. You are creating an interactive tool, something that's there for humans to use and that needs to be usable. And it needs to be accessible. It needs to be a tool that everybody, regardless of their ability, can be able to interact with. And let's say it with Tim Berners-Lee. The power of the web is in its universality. Access by everyone, regardless of disability, is an essential aspect. That's it from me today. Thank you so much. And I didn't edit the last slide. So I'm going to go back to the one but last. Here we are.
Hey, great. So, yeah, that was a lot to take in, a lot of designy things, a lot of like creative things. I like it's amazing how these things become more and more apparent when there's issues in health in general. I have a lot of friends who are actually suffering from long COVID. So before they didn't have animation problems or like brightness problems, but it keeps coming more and more. So that's something that we will have to deal with now more than ever. I think it's also very interesting to see that every operating system allows you to actually say, don't show animations at all. And it's actually kind of sad how many websites don't actually do that. And it's just a very simple thing. It's like there's a CSS media query that you can use. There's a JavaScript media query that you can use where you can actually read if the user wants to have animation or if they don't want to have animation. And if they have turned it off, nothing should animate. But sadly enough, 90% of the web still does to a degree. It was also it's fascinating how people just don't know that for somebody it needs to be different. Do you think the idea of creativity in levels, like it's a picture, it animates, it scrolls and animates when and if the user needs to, is too much to ask from people that normally they don't have the budget to do that, but they have one budget to do a great animation instead?
That's a really interesting point, Chris. I hadn't considered it. The thing is that I mean, obviously, creativity for the sake of it has a place. I mean, like I said, I'm an art historian by training, first of all, not first and foremost anymore. But so I absolutely see the role that creativity plays. But I think that my answer to that is, do you need the interact? Are you creating an art piece that needs to be received, or are you creating a tool that needs to be interacted with? That's the first question that I think you need to ask yourself before you apply any of the degrees of that you mentioned. Because I think that we saw that in the Lemonade website, definitely animation there plays an important role. It actually does aid cognition and so on. So if they hadn't done that, applied that skill, that I think that the website would have suffered. But in your sense, if you have the budget for only just one great animation, and that animation can't be received by everyone, then that should be your decision made. No, basically. And I find really interesting what you said about how we only really realize, like your friends that now have long COVID are now suffering from certain things that it didn't bother them before. So I think that that's exactly what we as champions of accessibility need to not wait for the problem to be ours before we make things accessible. I think to me, that's the most important thing. It's like deciding that even though I can read the slides and I can see the images, someone like my friend Lazar, whom I mentioned, won't see them. So can I make my talk as understandable for him, even though I can see? So I think sorry, I sort of slightly went off on a tangent.
No, it is. I mean, alternative text has always been a thing that people were just worrying about. And I love that a few weeks ago in our newsletter, we had a website that I found that is a gallery of great accessible text that basically shows like what descriptions people gave for images that was engaging writing and not just like photo of dog kind of thing. So I think there's a creativity and an art to that one as well. And I think it actually is a great opportunity also for search engines and for indexing things yourself, that if you have this in your HTML, that your images become accessible not only to people with a screen reader, but the whole world, and findable as well. Like you find content when there's a good alternative text in the image that might not be part of the text. And it's actually because the image tells the story otherwise. As somebody who worked on browsers, the other problem that I always saw is that people underestimate the idea of performance and animation. If your animation looks great on your machine, but it actually is like shaking and like making my fan go off in my computer, it was really clearly not for the end user, but for you to actually put that thing in there. And we spent years of making this accessible to people, that they can actually control and see their animations, but the amount of unease you can actually cause in people by having an animation that is not fluid is incredible. I mean, when WebGL came out for the first time, I did 3D in web. I could literally make people throw up using JavaScript because I had the wrong frames per second. That was not possible before that. So a lot of testing has to go into these things before they go in there. But there's a marketing side to it where people expect this kind of stuff. You showed the WeAreDevelopers and these kind of things. I think the first time I got physically sick was when I saw the word scrollytelling instead of storytelling. It's basically websites that tell the story when you have to scroll through it. And that became a whole thing, that also parallax scrolling, where you had different levels of animations on the website. It was just seen as something in the high-end design community as a necessity to stand out. And what do you think can we do against that and say, like, this is actually, this is a parlor trick. This is not really something that the website should work with. Is there a way to actually reward people for having a layered approach, like making it beautiful in every way without animation, without being visible? Maybe that's time for a new Webby award that actually values those kind of things.
It is absolutely the time for that, because when I want to find, again, I'm not dissing. I know the amount of technical ability and imagination that goes into these works, and it's amazing. It's fantastic, but it's literally almost nearly always inaccessible. I go to the Webby Awards to find examples, and like I said in the talk, I don't have to work hard at all. It's usually the first one. It's usually the winners. So yes, I think that now is the time to create awards that are as prestigious and that reward creativity that is also accessible. Because how do you make something like a parallax scrollytelling animation accessible? I don't think you can. You can create an alternative version that doesn't have the scroll animation, because I think it's almost a philosophical question. It's like, are we excluding the people? And this actually it's an objection that was made to me. Are we excluding the people that are not bothered by that type of animation, where we're saying, well, you can't do that because that's making me sick? And are we? I don't know. Maybe is the answer to give people a choice? As you say, browsers give you a choice of excluding animations if the site owners have decided to invest in the coding, or even know about the code that will make it possible to exclude animation. But we can't put. But the onus in that case is on the end user that has to know how to do that from their browser. Not everybody knows how to do that. So is the answer to give people a choice? I don't know. I don't have an answer. I think it's an interesting question to ask ourselves. How do we keep both? But I also really think that I always produce my best work when I had a brief. So if the brief is, this is the kind of animation that you can use, but don't use this other kind of animation because you will make people sick. Because just because you can doesn't mean you should. So we don't use all the technology that is available, because some of it is dangerous, So we need to. I would actually really welcome giving designers and developers a strict brief that explains yes, you can use animation, but this is how you must use it. Wouldn't that be amazing? Because what I have against those kind of animations that you see is that really they're about the ego of the designer and about their creativity, but they're not really useful. So are you doing a piece of art? It's back to, is it a piece of art, or do people need to interact with it? Because if people need to interact with it, make it interactable with, make it interactive. And if a portion of the population can't interact with it, then it's not interactive.
I think there's also an opportunity to use technology to do something like that automatically. What comes to mind to me is like videos. Like I have a lot of talks of videos of my talks, and I use a system called VideoTap that allowed me to upload the video, and then it generates a transcript from them, and then it actually uses ChatGPT to generate a blog post from it with like proper structure and headings and these kind of things. So basically, I don't have to do that by hand anymore, because in the background, the machine did that for me. Also, the authoring tools should value that as well. I think if you use PowerPoint and you use animations, and if the operating system has it turned off, PowerPoint does not show the animations by default, because it actually says like the operating system doesn't show them. So it actually does like it shows you 5 bullet points at the same time rather than bit by bit kind of thing. So there should be kind of a limitation in the environments where you actually create the things with, or it should do the alternatives for you. And that's a big discussion that we have online. Like most browsers now, Chrome and Edge, now offer to create alternative text for images that don't have alternative text. That sounds like super clever, but most of the time the AI generates like random garbage. So, or like very much like this might be a picture of a dog kind of thing. So who's really helped with that? So, and I found it would be interesting to find a way to get creativity in layers rather than just like, here's your text and create a cool website from it. It's a bit like when you remember CSS Zen Garden, when we just got the HTML and we were allowed to write the CSS to make the same HTML look in millions different of designs. Something like that might be interesting to come back with.
I think it's a really good point. I hadn't thought of this layers concept, and it's a very interesting one. Thank you, Chris. Yeah, very much food for thought, for sure.
Cool. So to finish up, like imagine somebody who wants to become a designer, and I always thought there was an inherent fear of somebody who's super visual to think about accessibility, because for them losing their eyesight is the biggest fear they have. How can you, as a designer or even as a creative artist, embrace accessibility? What made you do it? Was it just realizing issues yourself, or how do you find empathy for these kind of things when your creativeness wants to flow out?
What a good question.
That's why I paid you.
Yes. Well, it's the answer is the painting with a Braille version. How do I do something? You can, I think that at times your only option or one option is to just accept. You just accept and you say, it's impossible, because as you know very well, it's very difficult to make something accessible to absolutely every single person in the world. Is probably impossible. And what is accessible for some may not be accessible for others. So I accept that certain things that I do, have done, and will keep doing won't be enjoyed in the same way. But then, as you were saying earlier, get creative in another way. The examples of writing an image description that is as poetic and as beautiful as the image itself. It's NASA. You probably know the example of NASA. Their telescope images have fabulous content writers who describe them in the most poetic way, and they are every bit as enjoyable as the image that you're actually seeing. So this is an alternative. How I got started thinking about it is that I was really getting into UX, and I wanted to make sure that I was at the top of my game in that respect. And then I just very, very soon realized that without accessibility, there is no real UX. So once you get started down that road, you can't stop. And And if you meet people, it's also what Dirk was saying earlier. If you start meeting people that use the web in a different way from you, then, I don't think about blind people. I think about Lazar. I want Lazar to enjoy what I do, because he helped me out with my speaking technique. So that's meeting people, testing with real people is going to change your mind forever. And it's also obviously getting older, because my main thing, is I've got this vestibular disorder thing, but also I can't see that well anymore. So there's also that. Obviously, it is a little bit of you, but putting yourself in other people's shoes as well. So I hope that sort of answered.
It very much did, yeah. I always see accessibility as hardcore usability. If it works in these hardcore environments where people can't see, can't touch, can't do things, it's still and it's still valuable. Then most of when you can make something accessible, it should be value for everybody out there, not only for one group. The other day I was here in a museum, and I looked at Gustav Klimt's The Kiss, the big picture there, and they had a 3D print where they actually extruded the colors into like a sculpture, so people who can't see the picture could touch the picture. And I found that a very interesting way to put the senses together in a physical space. And on the web, you're not limited. Basically, software allows you to do anything. So it's really sad when people always go for the animated end user state and not just thinking about how can I make this available to everybody, and really, really exciting for some. And it would be interesting to see what we can do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, as one last thing. So Lazar uses a website that he loves to do his searches, and is conceived specifically for blind people. And I'm looking for the URL now. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It's a site that if you are sighted, it's really hard to work out because the color contrast is all wrong. It's terrible. And Lazar loves it because it's perfect for him. So we keep discussing, we keep talking about it, and keep doing our best.
Well, and you gave us a lot of inspiration today, so hopefully people will do better after they heard from you. So thanks again for coming here, and thanks again for your time. And the video will be available later on as well, of course. And hopefully your slides will be available somewhere. But I think there was a lot of imagery, so it's not. It always cracks me up when people ask you directly after your talk, "Can we have the slides?" And you're like, "I just showed 50 pictures. Why do you want that?" But people will ask for that, so we'll see.
Yeah. We will definitely get them.
Well, thanks so much. Have a great time. And we're now going to switch to the next speaker. And I think we're doing without a break this time, because you don't need to see the same animation again anymore. He's already waiting in the rafters here. I've got Hidde de Vries here, and I really want to thank him because you filled in. Bye-bye, Piccia. He filled in last minute because another speaker got sick, and it was great to actually just talk to you and ping you immediately and say, like, can you do something? Because we met at another event the other day, and you got really angry about something on the web, and I was really interesting to see. So Hidde is a freelance front-end and accessibility specialist, and he works on the design system team of the Dutch government. And I think that's an interesting one, because those people need to be legally compliant. And actually, I guess there's a lot of cool stuff you can do. Sadly enough, he's not going to talk about that one today, but he's going to talk about ARIA. And ARIA is always seen as somebody as that silver bullet to make everything accessible. And you can use it in horrible ways or in good ways. So he's going to talk to us today about the good parts. So with that, welcome, Hidde, and thank you again for filling in so quickly.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, you're very right. ARIA can be used in very good and very bad ways. Indeed, when I talk to colleagues about me doing this talk, a lot of them said, well, why are you doing this? Because ARIA isn't actually that great. It has an association with bad accessibility. When that WebAIM survey came out this year, they said that 68.6% more errors were detected on homepages that used ARIA than on the ones without. Now, you can think of that what you want, right? Because maybe the websites that have ARIA on them are more complex, and that's the reason they have more accessibility problems. Like, I'm not a statistician, but I do know that numbers can be used in any way. In any case, I think there must be good parts. There must be good parts to ARIA, because it was made by the accessibility people. It was made at the Web Accessibility Initiative at the W3C. And these people care about accessibility. They include people with disabilities. They include people from a wide range of different perspectives. So, there must be good parts. But yeah, there is that association, because sometimes people do seem to think that ARIA alone will make their web app more accessible. And that is not the case. I'm sure you've all seen this meme by Manuel Matuzovic, where a full stack developer pours in a large bottle of salad dressing onto a salad. So the bottle is dubbed ARIA and the salad is dubbed Accessible Website. This is a thing that is often misunderstood. So some people do think, ARIA is for accessibility, so it must make my site more accessible. That's not necessarily the case. But yeah, there must be good parts, and I will try and cover them for you today, because I believe that once you understand kind of how to use ARIA, what it is for, and how it is supposed to work, you're able to make the web much better for the users that try to use your websites. But yeah, it is kind of challenging to talk about good parts, because good parts are often highlighted by marketers in all the wrong ways. I don't know if you've seen this movie poster of the film Legend, where every single review is marked with a 4 or 5 star review. And you see the two main players there with, between their heads, you see 2 stars. And it kind of looks like on this poster that those 2 stars are part of a larger kind of rating, and that there are more stars behind their heads, except there aren't. If you look up that review on the Guardian's website, you see that it was actually rated 2 stars. And that's them highlighting their good parts. They put in the 4 and the 5 star reviews, and they kind of hide away that 2 star sort of negative review. It's something marketers are notoriously good at. I don't know if you've anytime recently looked at the websites and homepages of large oil companies, but what you'll find there is that all of them will talk about their initiatives to go to net zero CO2 emissions. And I applaud that. I think it is super important that all of the oil companies have a target to go to net zero CO2 emissions. That is incredibly important, and I'm happy they do it. However, they spend the majority of their money on things that actually decrease the situation, make it worse, and increase CO2 emissions. So, they're kind of working against that at the same time. And that is a danger. Like when they talk about their good parts, they kind of hide away their bad parts. They're somewhere on their website, but they're probably hidden in sort of the financial statements and not in the marketing material. So today I'm going to try and be more balanced than that. I want to be more balanced, so I'll talk to you about the what and why of ARIA. Then we'll cover what I think are some very good parts of ARIA. And we'll also talk about what are probably not so good parts. Before I continue, I'll quickly note, as Christian already said, I work as a freelancer in developer relations accessibility, currently at the NL design system team at the Dutch government. I'm also a participant at various things at the W3C, including the Open UI community group. And I have my own blog, and I've even included a picture of my own blog, just because I want to encourage anyone watching this. If you do stuff on the web, I encourage you to also have your own blog, because it's a great place to put your thoughts, to defragment your brain, and to actually take out all these things that are in your head and share them with other people and learn while you do it. It always helps me to write about stuff and then find out what I don't know, because often I'm convinced I am very knowledgeable about a subject, and then I write a post and find out that I'm not, because it kind of helps you identify the gaps. So blogging, awesome. Go do that. Mine is on this website, hit-it-up-blog. Before I go into myself too much, I want to go back to ARIA. So what and why? Why does it exist? And again, ARIA is not going to just make your website more accessible. Here's another meme where someone put some tape onto a hole in a massive glass jar and the water pours out. That's not what ARIA is for. And I want to zoom out a little, because in the end, when we're talking about accessibility, we're talking about how people use the web. That's a really important part of what we're trying to do. And the thing to note about this, and this is something that I've kind of learned while working on accessibility, is that this is something that is outside of our control, right? people use the web in whatever way they want. And if your product, if your web app or your website is on the web, people are going to come to your website in whatever way they like. You cannot actually control how they do that. So a lot of people will come to your website and be zoomed in to, like, in this case, 240%, maybe more, maybe less. You don't know. They might come to your website and use a high contrast mode, and that might put some colors into your website that you didn't intend. People might have their reduced motion setting turned on, which might cause the browser to stop some of the things that you're doing. It might be that they don't actually use a mouse, so using a keyboard or some other kind of controls. So whenever you build a control that you think, someone's going to drag this thing with their mouse, like the slider kind of thing, you always need to think about, okay, but how are they going to do it without a mouse? Because people do use the web without mouses as well. Mice. So lots of people use assistive technologies as well. Not as many that use Zoom, but still, there's lots of people who do that. They might talk to their computer and use voice control to control stuff that happens on the page, or they might translate everything in real time to Braille with a Braille display, or use a screen reader, or a combination of different technologies. You don't really know what they're going to do. But the thing with assistive technologies is that they, in order to work well for their users, they need to understand your website really well. And that's something, as an accessibility auditor, that I spend a lot of time doing. I'll go to a website and I look at how stuff is set up. So when I see a news website that has a bunch of links at the top, I'll go and look at the links and inspect them. And then I go and try to find out what is called accessibility semantics, or accessibility meta information, as I like to call it. You'll find things like, oh, there's a link there that's called world, and it's got a role of link. Dirk mentioned this earlier in his talk as well. Another one, US politics, and again, it's got a role of link. And then there's another one that's a button, and it's called open menu. So you can go through all of any website on the web that's out there, and you'll find these roles, you'll find these names, you'll find this information. All websites expose accessibility meta information, including yours, even if you've never thought about it. So it is built into kind of all the things on the web. So you can augment this, but you can't really avoid it. There is accessibility meta information unless you put everything you do in a canvas or build your website with Flash, which I don't think is supported very well anymore. But basically, the point of this talk is that your choices as a web developer can directly influence the quality of that meta information. And that's kind of what WeArea is for. Because with WeArea, you can set and augment this accessibility meta information. Now, this is great power, and with great power comes great responsibility. A quote that I originally wanted to attribute to Spider-Man, but as I looked into it a little more, it is actually a quote from Jesus in the Bible. So do with that what you want. But yeah, great power, great responsibility. It's important when it comes to ARIA because it allows you to do lots of things with the accessibility meta information that exists in your site. And you want to do the right things because it can truly affect how users are able to use your interface. It can make it a lot better, and it can make it a lot worse. So if we look at the spec for WeArea, we'll see that WeArea is an ontology for accessibility meta information. And I understand not everyone knows what an ontology is. So it's basically a defined or standardized naming structure. So it's a content structure, basically. This is how we are going to call things in the realm of accessibility meta information. And it is these three things, basically. It's roles, states, and properties. These together are called semantics or accessibility semantics in WeArea. And the way that it's structured is that roles will support certain states and they will support certain properties. So it kind of starts with the roles and then you dig into kind of what the states and the properties are that belong to those roles. So in your HTML, there are roles, states, and properties, and they don't have to necessarily be in your HTML because ARIA is kind of independent of different tooling. They can be in lots of different places. When I worked at the W3C, we did this project around virtual reality or augmented reality. And we thought about using these kind of role, states, properties there because you can use it with any kind of markup language. It doesn't even have to be a markup language. So these roles, these states, these properties, they can also exist in your SVG, in your XML, in your JSX. they can also exist with or without ARIA attributes. So if there's an ARIA attribute, that's a clear state or role or property, but it can also be built into certain elements and can sometimes be impacted by what HTML and CSS we use. So all of these things exist in our page, and they ultimately become interface affordances for users, namely users with screen readers. It is for all assistive technologies, but screen readers are the most common bits of software that actually make use of this information, but it can be other things like switch controls and voice control as well. So one of the points to take away from this talk is that the code of your website affects your user's UI. That's what it comes down to. And the thing to remember there is that there are a lot of different people and tools. And that's something that I have to remind myself of every day, because in daily conversation, we'll be like, okay, that thing is going to be good for screen reader users. But in the end, you don't really know, because there isn't such a thing as a screen reader user. There are lots of users, lots of people. And even within screen reader users, there are lots of different settings that people have, different screen readers they use with different browsers, different operating systems, and all these kind of things. So there's a lot of variety, and that's good. And again, it's something you can't really control, and that's okay. We'll have to live with that. What we can control is what is the accessibility meta information that our page exposes. Now, if we look at this in the browser, there will be a accessibility tree, and it looks something like this. So in this case, there's a main element. Within that is a form, and then within the form are three branches. One is a radio button called round trip that is selected, and you can press it. Then there's a slider with a value of 7, can be between 0 and 24. It's called departure time, and you can increment or decrement it. And then there is a button that's called search that you can press. So with that information, you can think probably of lots of different interfaces that you could build for that. Different front ends that could kind of allow you to do the same kind of selecting. You're probably booking a trip, and it can have different things that it will look like. Here is one example of what I saw in the Paris metro, where they have some kind of physical slider, a bar that you sort of roll with your hand, and then you make a selection with a large button that's on the right of it. There are lots of ways to make these kind of selections, and the meta information stays the same, because in the end, it's a way to select an option out of many options. And that's the information that goes sort of to the assistive technologies. So ARIA, again, is an ontology for accessibility meta information and a way for developers to augment it. So to change what that looks like. It heavily affects users because their assistive technology can be better or worse informed about what is happening in their site. It can also help with personalization for users that have cognitive and learning disabilities. That's something that's being looked at, like in the form of icons or different ways that can help make a page work better for end users. Now, it's not all great, not all parts are good, because there is a lot of nuance, and that nuance is often ignored. And that's, I guess, one of the challenges when you're working with ARIA, is to make sure that you do get the nuance right. Okay, with that, let's move on to the good parts. And to talk about the good parts, I'll share a couple of caveats first. So ARIA can only benefit users when properties are actually well supported. Not all of them are. So when you look at the ARIA spec, that says what the world should look like. And then in browsers, there's an actual world out there that may or may not be reflected, just like with any kind of standard. There's the standard, there's the support, and not all of ARIA is well supported. Also, not everything is consistently supported. So there could be differences in how something is exposed. It could be that a certain property that you put in is read out by one screen reader and sort of ignored by the other. And then there's a sort of in-between state where it's not really ignoring it, it's just not reading it out, but it's using it for different purposes, like understanding the relationships better, rather than talking about what the thing is. So there's lots of nuance in sort of what that consistency means. But yeah, there are differences between how this is used. Another point to make, and that's often misunderstood, is it can also only benefit users when it's used alongside of all of your other accessibility requirements. And there are a lot of those. They're the ones that you probably know about and will hear about in all of the talks today. It's things like, okay, if you build a button, it will need an accessible name. So you need to put some text in it. It will need color contrast. You need to make sure that the colors have plenty of contrast between them, so the text and the background. It needs to have focus indication. It needs to have keyboard support, zoom support, high contrast mode support. All of these things, they also need to work. So you can't just go and add the row of button. You won't be having a button. You'll need to do all of the other things too. So ARIA is fantastic. It does the meta information bit. So it says this semantically is a button. So it has that role, but it doesn't do any of the other stuff. So it's just part of your tool set. All right, so there's a bunch of things that I think if you add them, they are good parts. They add value for end users. And the first one I'll start with are landmarks. The thing to remember with landmarks is that when you're putting landmarks into your page, what you're basically doing is you'll say, these are the most important parts of my page. You're not exposing everything that you have. You're just talking about these are the main things that you need to know about as a user. So here's my main navigation, here's my main search, and here are the filters that exist on my page. So let's say you're in a conference venue and there is a stage and a registration desk and a toilet. That's all stuff that you probably want to expose as a landmark. Those are landmarks of the place that you are in. And when you would give someone a tour of the venue, that's what you would point out. You wouldn't give them a tour of every single chair that's in the auditorium. So you wouldn't make all of them landmarks. You need to make conscious choices about like, okay, the whole auditorium? Yes, that's what I need to know. Room 1, room 2, room 3 maybe. You'll need to know about kind of where they are and what they are. But you don't need to know about individual chairs or about, lots of sort of details. So it's kind of a broad idea of what exists on the page. And if you have too many, that is not useful to navigate. Now, when you're using landmarks, you can use HTML elements. So that's what I'll do here. So strictly not ARIA attributes, right? They are HTML elements for all of the different landmarks these days. So for nav, for aside, for header, for footer, for section, for search, and for form. So when you're using landmarks, you only want to identify the most important ones. They're most useful when they're actually labeled, because a screen reader can display or list, I should say, all the landmarks on the page. So it's going to give the names, and that makes it easier to understand. If you know there's 4 navigations on the page, it's not very helpful. It's more helpful to know that's the main one, that's the kind of supplementary one. So that's helpful if you label them. And they all have HTML elements. So you can just use those. You don't need to use the landmark roles there. And the reason you want to use it is because some users navigate by them. They navigate by landmarks. Not all users will, and that's fine. You don't need to get angry at the users if they don't use it. It's just one of the mechanisms that is very helpful to have in your page. So are headings, so are other things. So landmarks offer just one of those ways to get around your page quickly. Then ARIA expanded. So ARIA expanded is a state that you can expose for a button that expands something else. And it basically says whether that something else is exposed or not. So if you have like a tooltip or a toggle tip, like a button that you need to click on to open that thing, when it's open, it will be true. And when it's closed, ARIA expanded will be false. Another example is if you have some details that are in a document and that gets expanded like an accordion type of thing. So ARIA expanded is only for elements that do some kind of toggling. It's not very helpful if it can only change one state, for like a close button. There's no real expansion or in-expansion kind of thing going on. And what's interesting to know is that the browser actually manages this automatically when you use detail summary, and also when you use the new popover API that is currently shipping in all the browsers and behind a flag in Firefox. So that will do the ARIA expanded stuff for you. Now, the reason you want to use ARIA expanded is that it conveys a visual state programmatically. So if you can see this, you know that the thing is open or not open. If you can't see it, you'll want to know whether it's open or not. So that's information you want to expose as part of your meta information. Moving on to ARIA pressed. So ARIA pressed is an attribute that will allow you to build toggles, which are buttons that can be either on or off. So here is a video of the Japanese piano player Hiromi. Awesome video, recommend watching it. She's at Tiny Desk playing her new album. there is a mute button here. I would not press it, but if you press it, what will happen is that it changes the state. So when it's muted and unmuted and muted and unmuted, whenever you press it, it will change that state. And visually, you can see it because it displays a muted icon by like crossing out the mute button. But when you can't see that, you wouldn't really know whether it's muted. And then maybe in the case of music, you would actually hear it. But that's not the point. Like that's the information you wanna expose. Another example of that is when you're posting some thoughts to LinkedIn. The like button is another thing that has two states. It's either liked or not liked, and you can press it as many times as you like to toggle between the states. So ARIA pressed is for toggling between true and false. That's the value you'll add in the attribute. And the reason you use this is that it conveys the visual state programmatically. So again, something that if you are a visual user, you can see. This is something that exposes it to any non-visual user or any kind of technology that wants to know about it. Okay, moving on to labels. They're somewhat controversial, I guess, to put in this list of good parts because a lot of labeling you can actually do in HTML without using ARIA. But there are some cases, I think, where it kind of makes sense to do it through ARIA. And one of those cases is when you have a button that doesn't have a visible label and it needs a name. And there's not a good way to actually add the visible label or make the interface more noisy. So sometimes that's like a search button that very clearly shows like a magnifying glass, and it would be too much to put the word search in there. In this case, there is a booking form for Eurostar. There's two fields, from and to, and you can swap them if you want with that button. So that's maybe a reason to say, okay, let's do that through ARIA. And the way it works is that you add ARIA label to the button and then put a string there that describes what the button does. ARIA label by does the same, but you use a different element to name your element. So in the case of a section that has ideas for your next trip, maybe you have a section with a heading in there, and then you can apply ARIA label by to the section element itself and point to that heading. So then you make that programmatic relationship between the heading that's already visibly labeling this section and also putting that relationship into your DOM, into your accessibility meta information, basically. So you would use ARIA labels when you've run out of other labeling techniques, and it's best when you use unique and to-the-point names because they might show up in a list of different elements of the same type. Like you could have a list of all the sections on the page, and you want to kind of know what each of them is. And you want to avoid a difference between the ARIA label and the visible label. And I'll show you an example of that. So let's say you have a menu button that has the word menu in it. If you add a label to that with ARIA label, such as open the hamburger, then you'll create a mismatch between the visual, which is the word menu, and the label that's actually in the DOM. And that's the official name now because it overrides what was in there. Someone uses voice control, will talk to their computer and say, click the menu button. And that won't work because the actual label for it is no longer menu, but it is open hamburger thingy. Okay, so avoid that. Avoid the mismatch between ARIA label and the actual visible label. And there's a lot more to say about names that are in buttons versus names that are on landmarks. And I recommend this tweet by Eric Eggert, or Toot really, on Mastodon. By the way, all of the links that are in this presentation, I'll be sharing directly after this. They're already on my website. So you can find them there and just go there from there. So ARIA labels, the reason you use it is because users can navigate more easily. That's the main point, and that's the main point of names in general in HTML. And sometimes you would grab ARIA specifically because you want to do something that is harder to do with just HTML. So it's valid, but the preferred way is to use HTML. Then another one is ARIA described by. I think there's some very useful cases for ARIA described by. For instance, when you have a form field that has a label like national insurance number, you can have a description that explains what a national insurance number is or where you can find it, but also to put in error messages so that they are really programmatically part of the same field and that they get read out. In some screen readers, they won't be read out immediately, but they are accessible through the input fields because they're associated. So that's another good thing, I think, to use if you want to describe what's in the field. Then area current is an attribute that allows you to identify the current item within a set. So a couple of examples of that is a navigation where there's clearly one current item, a breadcrumb where like the last item usually is the one that's the current page, or pagination where again you'll have one page that is the current page. The reason you use area current is because, like many of those other things, you make a visual state programmatically available. So now any software can know what the current thing is. You don't need to rely on seeing it. And it's somewhat better to use area current in these cases than something that's visually hidden. Because if you would put a word in there, like the word current, maybe in parentheses, that would somewhat help the user as well to identify the current item. But it's not translatable. Or at least is not going to be part of the translation, and it's not standardized. So your label might be different from some other website's label. And then also area current is quite well supported. So I do recommend using that as well. Then one more is area life, which is for lots of things, but it's basically to identify that something has changed within the UI that needs some attention. For instance, if you are logged in to a government website in the Netherlands, you will be logged out after 15 minutes. That's how the system works. And one way to deal with that is to tell the user about it after, say, 10 minutes and offer them to extend their session. That's something that nobody would want to miss, even though it's somewhat annoying to be disturbed while you're doing other things like filling out your tax return. It's even more disturbing when you're trying to submit a form and you're no longer authenticated. So this is kind of a necessary evil, I always want to say. It's a bit like an alarm clock in the morning, like you don't want to be woken up, but also you have to go places, so you need to be woken up. It's important. Another example of where area life kind of shines is when you buy a product on an e-commerce website and visually the shopping cart icon, as soon as you add to cart, will have some kind of display. Like there's a number there that says, okay, we've got one item in our thing now. It tells you that you've successfully added the thing to the shopping cart visually. So area life will kind of make that same information available programmatically. So with area life, we can make changes available to users and tell them about them. You can also use an output element for a nameable polite region that mostly works. There's an interesting blog post about that by Scott O'Hara that I recommend. Some pitfalls are that you shouldn't be focusing the live region because it's live. It's going to be read out already. You don't need to move the focus around. And it's important not to trigger too many announcements because too much is annoying. So the reason you want to use area life is because you want to convey what's marked clearly visually, also programmatically. Moving on to area hidden, it is important to not use that on focusable elements and to avoid confusing sighted screen users whenever you use it. But basically, why you would use it is to remove redundant content from AT. And that's probably very rare. So whenever you are kind of reaching for area hidden, there are often other ways to solve the same problem that are kind of more consistent. But one place that I've seen it used a lot is on icons. So when the icon is really just sort of a visual decoration, it kind of makes sense to remove it. Note that area hidden is different from role equals presentation because that only removes the default role. Okay, so we've looked at a bunch of different things that are, I think, good things to be using in your interface in the right ways. So landmarks, area expanded, area pressed, area labels, descriptions, current, live, and area hidden. Now, these are somewhat simple to use because they're somewhat straightforward, especially if you compare them to the more complex widgets that also exist within area. And I say that because those widgets, they have a lot more kind of different aspects to worry about, and where different things come together and kind of small mistakes can cause problems in the user experience. Sarah Higley wrote an interesting post about that, what kind of the difference between those complex widgets and those sort of simpler states. And she wrote, talk to your kids about area before it's too late. And I think that is very important. Like the more complex things, they are actually more complex, and they need a lot of thinking and a lot of research in order to build them well. I'll show you one example though, where I think a complex widget can be quite helpful once it's built well, and I'll show you how it can also be quite complex. So my example is a menu, which is basically a list of buttons that you might have in your UI that shows up under certain conditions, usually a popover type of thing. Now, if you use Aria, you'll need to make the whole thing a menu, and then each individual button becomes a row of menu item. If you have headings in there or like separators, they are not menu items. It's really like the buttons that you can press within the menu. But also, in addition to those roles, you'll need to implement something called roving tap index, which means you can only tap to one item at a time. So if you get into this menu, you can only tap to one of the buttons. The others will have a negative tap index so that you can't actually get there because you're supposed to navigate them with arrow keys. So you need to make them usable with arrow keys, but not just with arrow keys, because you also need to make them work with escape so that it goes away when you press escape, enter, home, and tab, space, and all of the principal characters, which is basically all the letters. Like any character that when you press it in a text area, it will show something. So if you press the U, for instance, it might go to the upload button, which is something that would work in a native select. So you would kind of also expect it in a menu. So lots of things basically to worry about and to test for, which you can do if you're working on a large design system and you have kind of the scope to try and build this thing really well, and you can test it, and etc. etc. You can build really good components, but there are lots of things that could go wrong. And in my practice as an accessibility auditor, I see these things go wrong a lot as well. So it could be anything like missing roles or missing keyboard behavior, and all these kinds of things. And just to emphasize, it's a navigation if the user navigates somewhere. So your top navigation in your page, that's the navigation. It's only a menu if the user picks an action. So if there are buttons in there. And navigations are a lot more common on the web because links are common on the web. You usually use like a button type of thing when it's more of an app. So when it's a bit like a right-click menu, or when it's a bit like native menus in native applications. All right, so moving on from what I've called the good parts to the bad parts, or maybe a better phrase is to talk about the common pitfalls. And I've categorized these between standard guidance on the one hand and things that actually go wrong on individual websites, because the standard guidance is important to understand well, and I want to help you understand it. So there are different standards: WCAG, WeArea, ATAC, UAC. And they're all standards that have gone through the standards process. They are so-called recommendations, and they are normative. There are other documents that are non-normative, and it's important to know, because what it means that they are non-normative is also that they haven't gone through that rigorous process. They could be people's individual opinions, or they could be kind of specific things to one standard. That's important to know. So the ARIA documents, as well as the understanding docs and techniques, they are about specific standards and not necessarily about accessibility. Even though the standards are about accessibility, they're not about accessibility holistically. So ARIA authoring practices or understanding and techniques, they give extra context with WCAG, which is not required for conformance, but they give some extra context. The authoring practices, they tell you how to use ARIA if you want to use ARIA. But none of these documents tell you how to do accessibility well, which might involve ARIA, it might involve WCAG, it might involve any of these standards, but not necessarily, because what's most accessible is whatever works well for people that are trying to use your thing. It is all about how people use the web. And that's something to easily forget when you see these documents, and that I want to point out very specifically. So it's about how people use the web, and websites impact that through code, not just through ARIA, but through HTML, through CSS, SVG, and JavaScript. All of these things together make for an accessible component. And I do have opinions on it in a blog post called My Ideal Accessible Components Resources, Holistic, Well-Tested, and Easy to Use. So I'll point to that in the resources. No more blog spamming. Let's look at pitfalls in individual websites that could exist. And for that, it's important to see the difference between HTML and ARIA. So more and more HTML elements, they actually have accessibility meta information built into them, meaning that we don't need to add ARIA to our HTML necessarily, because they might be built in. The landmarks are an example of that, but also different elements that have the ARIA details relationship, or the ARIA expanded relationship, I should say. That's built into elements, so in some cases you might not even need to use the ARIA yourself. An important thing to also know about is conflicts between state and UI. So for this talk, I talked to various of my accessibility colleagues and asked them, like, what is the sort of worst things you've seen in terms of ARIA usage? And multiple people actually pointed out that sometimes there are these conflicts between the state that is in your HTML or in your DOM, really, and the UI. So let's say you have a menu that is not expanded, but in the DOM, it has ARIA expanded equals true. So you're basically telling users of, say, screen readers, I know what the state of this thing is. I'm going to tell you about it. It's open. But in reality, it's not open. So you're basically, your code is lying. It's the same when you have a current page that is not the actual current page. It's very common in websites. I do see it a lot as well. And sometimes it's due to like how the website is rendered. Like sometimes the attribute is not set at the right time. And it's easy to miss because it's somewhere in your DOM and maybe your testers didn't catch it. And I've been there as a developer. I didn't catch it myself. So this can sometimes happen, and it's important to look out for. Another thing is disappearing focus. So whenever you have an element that has focus, such as let's look at that toggle tip again, and if there's a button in there that has focus, and we're closing that toggle tip, then the focus element is no longer there. So what should get focus? Well, the browser will put the focus back to sort of the body element, not exactly the body element, but it will make it go there. So let's say you're in the midway a text form that has taken you 2 hours to fill out, and you're sent back to the start. That's rather annoying. So it's really important within ARIA usage to actually move the focus back to the element that opened it. Something that popover will do for you, by the way. Then screen reader instructions, important to avoid that. So don't talk to screen reader users in like your label. Don't do ARIA label equals hi. If you're a screen reader user, this is for you. That's not what you should do because you don't know if the label is going to be picked up by screen reader users. And also, it is a bit strange to go and do that. You should not make assumptions about how this information is actually being consumed by users. Okay, then a couple of different things in ARIA that I would avoid at this time. One is role equals application. And what that does, it stops the screen reader from intercepting shortcut keys. So basically, it shields off part of your page or your whole page from screen reader shortcuts. So they might be pressing the H key to jump between headings, but then when they're in your div that has role equals application or your HTML element, for that matter, they are not able to use these shortcuts. And sometimes that can be helpful. For instance, if you're building the YouTube player and you're building a lot of different shortcuts that are actually more helpful than the defaults, okay, that's cool. But often it's not appropriate, and it can in lots of cases create barriers or confusing user experience. So I know of a couple of places where it makes sense, and you probably know about it when you're using this. It's really when you're building sort of very complex applications and things that sort of mimic what desktop applications do. But in most cases, your app is probably not an application, even though maybe you call it a web app, right? So it's really specific. If it makes sense to strip out all of the shortcut keys, that's a big step. You should probably not be doing it. Another one is ARIA role description. What that allows you to do is change how a role is announced. So when something has a role of button, the screen reader will say it's a button. But if you change the role description, you can have it announced as something else. Now, problems with that include that it doesn't have auto translation, can increase verbosity, and it can make things very confusing. Now, I've got one example of that where we're changing a button to have a different role description.
You are currently on web content. Upload photo button. Web content. You are currently on a button inside web content.
So let's add a role description to this. Just real quick, we add the word nonsense.
Upload photo. Nonsense. You are currently on a nonsense. Inside web content.
So now you're on a nonsense, and of course, lots of users wouldn't know how to use a nonsense, right? They know what a button is, but if you change the description, that might be very confusing. So be very careful with that. Again, it might make sense in very specific cases where you're making software that really warrants to kind of change the descriptions, but in most cases, you don't want to do that because you're messing with people's expectations. One more is area relevant. Just the reason for it is that there don't seem to be a lot of real world use cases. And there's a great issue from Aaron Leventhal on GitHub that I've linked to in my resources. Now I have two more that are not really good parts or bad parts that I wanted to include. So I've called out other parts. One is area controls. The issue with that is that there's not really consensus about how that's supposed to be conveyed to screen reader users. In lots of screen readers is not done anything with it. So JAWS exposes it, but it's off by default and hidden in the config. However, I've also heard recently that it could be used for AT to understand better how a page is structured so that users could jump into certain elements and things like that. So maybe it can be useful, but at the moment there's no clear consensus, and there is an issue in the ARIA repo about this. The other one is ARIA owns. It's got inconsistent support, and it doesn't have any support on voiceover. And it's somewhat complex because there could be lots of ways in which an ARIA owns relationship is invalid. There could be circular dependencies, multiple owners, all these kinds of things. So yeah, could be useful for AT to know about these relationships again. But yeah, it seems like it's tricky right now. And in the resources, I linked to a document from some Blink developers talking about some of these problems. All right, so let's move to takeaways. There's a couple of things that I hope you can take away from this talk. One is that ARIA adds semantics, but not behavior. So a lot of the things that you need to do to make something accessible are sort of beyond ARIA. So ARIA adds a good start, but you'll need to do more. Now, incorrect use is often worse than no use. So be very specific when you're using ARIA to know that what you're doing is actually helpful. And beware, because going the ARIA route can yield subtle bugs in support or consistency of support. And ending on a happy note, there are a couple of things that are safe and that are very helpful to end users, which are the ones I've listed under the good parts. And yeah, I hope you'll be using them. They might add lots of value for end users. And with that, I want to thank you all very much for paying attention.
Okay, cool. We all paid attention, I guess. So yeah, great to see. I mean, it's such a massive topic, isn't it? And it's great to see all the analysis that you did there. So what can we do to address things like this when it comes to frameworks? I found that there's a lot of frameworks out there that actually, when you talk to them about accessibility, they just add tons of area and say like, okay, and we make this mandatory that people have to put an area described by on a thing that is already a title element. And it just fascinates me that we seem to be, people try to find these quick solutions for real complex problems. Do you think the area specification is in itself not accessible enough, that that is actually really hard to read it, so people just avoid it or just use the bits that are like more like cargo cult rather than like real information?
Yeah, I think specifically a lot of the documents around the area specification can be tricky to read. I know there's been a lot of improvements to that recently as well. Area spec itself is actually quite readable. I read it specifically for this talk once more from like top to bottom so that I could make sure that this is correct. But there's lots of other documents that are somewhat confusing, and you need to kind of know about how they relate together. Like there's a document about how ARIA should be used in HTML, and then there's others about accessibility mappings that are more for assistive technologies. And then there is that other document that I mentioned, the ARIA authoring practices, and that presents itself as a guide about how to build good components. but it has some problems of its own, like that the components in there are not tested with users, which is a real problem because I've come across users using these components in workshops, for instance, and they were very confused by the ARIA ones and less confused by the sort of native HTML ones. So, yeah, from anecdotal evidence, I hear a lot about sort of people being unable to use the stuff that's being recommended there. And it's sometimes not very clear whether the recommendation is like an official thing or it's someone's personal opinion. And I think that makes the whole landscape quite confusing.
I think that's a general problem with web standards, isn't it? That they're always like a guidance, but not a must. And then people will basically, okay, I have no time to get guided. I'd rather do my own thing. ARIA to me always felt like at the beginning, and it's way past that now, it felt like a stopgap solution when we basically said, like, we have no controls in HTML that do these kind of things. So let's make ARIA until we have native controls, and things like popovers and things like dialogues that we have in HTML now actually replace a lot of stuff that we used to simulate with ARIA in HTML now. I think there's a letdown, though, that a lot of times we have like great HTML semantic elements and we think they're actually translating to assistive technology, but assistive technology doesn't recognize them as such. Where do you think that confusion is coming from? I mean, browser makers are open to quick iterations, but I think AT, like screen reader developers and those, not so much. Is that where the problem lies?
Yeah, it's very complex. Like it can be in the browsers, like it can be the browsers not telling the AT properly about these elements, and it can be the AT sometimes as well. So there's it's a bit of both, I think. And there are very few people in the world that actually like know about all of these different things so that they can contribute to this area. Like an OpenUI, we're lucky to have a couple of great ARIA experts who actually work hard to talk to different browser engine makers to make sure that these new elements like popover actually get the semantics that they deserve, and not the ones that they don't. And sometimes it's hard because we don't know what users are going to do. And that's something also to watch out for. Like there was an initial proposal for a pop-up element that would have all the pop-up stuff built in, but then we realized there are lots of different types of pop-ups, so we need to do an attribute instead, because there are different semantics that relate to that. So that's the kind of stuff that is being figured out, and it's not always an easy problem to solve. But I do have high hopes for these things making it to HTML, just to make it a lot easier to use these elements without having like these servers to have accessibility bugs. Like the more you do with ARIA yourself, the more responsibility you take, but also the more sort of problems you could create. So I'd rather have browsers fix those problems than individual developers, because it is very hard to get it right.
It's a very pragmatic approach, and sadly enough, I don't see many people taking that. It's just fascinating how many people use like 6,000 nested divs for a very existing HTML element, and then put ARIA on top to make it accessible, and then actually create their own keyboard access, which is a complete nightmare to do. And actually, you don't even know which keyboard access to have, because a screen reader has a different access than a tab user, and it's just endless. So let the browser do its thing. But it seems like as developers, we're super wired that we want to solve the problem immediately and ourselves, rather than waiting for a standard to emerge.
Yeah, I would love to be able to say just use the standard, because that's probably going to avoid most problems. But yeah, there's also developers that wouldn't necessarily want to do that, right? A lot of people feel like they need to do this themselves because it is such a specific problem they're solving. And that's not always the case, right? Sometimes it is actually an existing thing, like a detailed summary type of thing. People do implement that themselves, but often they could use the standard thing.
A lot of things are handmade as well. Like, I mean, I want my own scroll bar, and I want to make a select box because I'm obviously better than the people that done it for 40 years. But yeah, what can you do? We have a question here where somebody asks if ARIA labels should be translated. Shall we expect browsers translate ARIA labels automatically based on locale?
They should be translated by you if you can. And if you didn't, then in some cases they might get translated by browsers, but in many cases they also don't. So if I wanted to be sure, I would translate them myself. So offer them in whatever language you're offering the page in.
I think it's also very worrying that people think that automated translation is that good. I mean, a real proper translation engine costs you a lot of money. The free ones are actually are possible to do things. I found it the other day. My partner's computer that I gave her, she set it up to translate everything into German. And I didn't even know that. So I looked at my own blog, and out of a sudden I blogged in German, and I'm like, wait, what? And I realized it from Netflix. I actually looked through Netflix, and I had a few descriptions that made no sense whatsoever. So as I didn't know that she had set up the machine to translate it, I was emailing friends of mine at Netflix complaining how bad their German translations are. And they like completely confused emailed me back like, what do you mean? We don't have any German translations. We don't offer the interface in German. But it's the general idea that the computer can do accessibility for you by translating things or generating alternative text, for example, I think is not a thing that we should be relying on. But it's worrying how many people think that technology is that far. When we talked earlier with Dirk, I talked about the semantics of UL and LI, and that Safari or Apple turned that off, and that's where people have to actually put an area role of list on a list item. I think this is where it goes really, really wrong, because this is just sending a really wrong message to developers that you have to do something that's obvious. Do you think the original old school HTML semantics are going away because people didn't use them, and we just have to worry more about area semantics these days?
Yeah, I think I'm personally not a fan of trying to correct what the browser is trying to correct, because it's kind of Band-Aid on top of Band-Aid. Like the reason that Safari doesn't do that is because they heard from users that it's bad that they hear so many lists in the page because people make everything lists. And I don't know if that can be fixed by then still forcing it to be lists, because then maybe Safari is going to turn that off as well, and then we'll just kind of have an endless fight. Yeah, it's tricky. I think HTML semantics should be the same, and like they are technically the same. Like in the accessibility tree, they would normally be the same if you add a row or not. So browsers having semantics to try and fix problems, not great. But I guess it's probably due to web content that kind of begs them to do it, because they're trying to do the right thing for the users, as are we, I guess.
Do you think that that tooling is not there yet? One of the things before I left Microsoft was I actually was thinking about mixing the element tree and the accessibility tree. So right now you have to go into the accessibility view to get the accessibility tree in the Chromium developer tools. There's also an experiment where you can just see the accessibility tree. In Firefox, you have the accessibility tab that shows you only the accessibility tree and all the other accessibility tooling around it. So that we would actually give you like buttons or lozenges next to the element and says like, by the way, this is not available in the accessibility tree. Some are grayed out, and the other ones that are available for all users would be a different color. Do you think we tooling can solve this issue, or is it more about people being aware of how browsers give content to assistive technology?
Yeah, I think the awareness is very helpful. So the fact that you can look up what something is being exposed as, really helpful. It makes this talk easier to give as well, because if I just talk about, there's some area there and you can't really see it, that's a lot different from being able to say, well, you can go into your browser and see for any element what is being exposed. I'm really happy that accessibility trees kind of came into DevTools so that we could see them and understand better what is being exposed. And it might make it easier for testers and QA people as well to know that something is wrong, for instance.
And also that narrator and like voiceover are part of the operating system for free now. I mean, back in the days when you said like, hey, screen reader, okay, it's $450 to try it. That's not a thing that people did. So installing some extra software just to do some testing, that it's now possible to do that in the operating system, I think is really helpful to get the awareness out there as well.
Totally, yeah.
Well, thank you so much, especially for filling in that quickly. So we head over now to the next and last presenter of today. So, when people have more questions, where could they reach you? Where would you likely to answer?
I'm HTV in most places.
Okay. Well, thanks so much, and hopefully you have a great day. And yeah, keep looking at what we're doing here. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye.
Cool. Next, I'm very excited about having a good friend of mine come here again. Somebody I roped in last minute, and he was complaining that he was just at a conference in Toronto, and now he has to come here and be here in time. And which is ironic because Dirk was the first speaker, was also at the same event, and he didn't complain. But I mean, this is just a relationship that me and the next speaker have. So Carl is actually coming up now. Our US resident here, Carl Groves. He's a web accessibility Viking. I was in Norway yesterday and met a lot of Vikings, so I'm not quite sure how that translates. He's the CIO, as Chief Innovation Officer at Level Access. And yeah, he wants to make accessibility easier for everybody. And he's been doing this for donkey's years and has lots and lots of information. And I always love them when we have discussions, we have like a lot of pragmatic approaches. So Carl, what are you going to cover today?
So I am going to cover the use of the data based on both automated and manual testing to sort of talk about some, as you said just a moment ago, pragmatic approaches to accessibility and to making sure we are effective at doing testing and making sure things are fixed when we've done that testing.
To get some empathy out of people, what's the time zone right now? When are you in your room right now?
It is it's currently 7:03 a.m. So yeah, I woke up at 6.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
So hopefully you had a coffee, and we learned from you now what data mining accessibility, what data we got that actually gives us the information, because otherwise we have cargo cult information, and that's not a good thing to have. So thanks very much for offering that. Over to you, Carl.
Thank you. And my screen is showing, and we're good to go there. So yeah, so first off, before I get started, I do want to thank WeAreDevelopers for putting on this event. It's super awesome to see more and more mainstream developer channels highlighting accessibility. I think that's super great. And I want to thank you, Chris, for also inviting me and putting together a great lineup of speakers. As I just said, this is called data mining accessibility. This is going to cover some of the insights that we've gotten through doing testing at scale across millions and millions of pages. Now, before I get started, there's lots of charts and data in this presentation. So in the interest of time and clarity, I'm going to be explaining the salient points, the takeaways from that data, rather than all of the data, because nobody wants to hear all those numbers. However, if there's any non-visual attendees who want to get access to all of the information, email me. My email address will be on the last slide, and I'll send those slides on over. So really quickly, Chris mentioned that I am Chief Innovation Officer at Level Access. My company that I used to own, called Tenon, was acquired by Level Access in 2021. So a lot of this data comes from Tenon because we had an ongoing process to do research. So a bit about Tenon.io. There was at the time of gathering this data, there were nearly 10,000 users worldwide, literally worldwide. We had some users in Antarctica. I guess there's not much else to do other than do testing on accessibility. But the top countries were UK, US, India, Canada, Serbia, Belarus, Spain, Australia, Netherlands, and Germany. And so it was in use 24/7, 365 across 61 countries on every continent. This data comes from testing 6 million URLs. These were, and that's across 470,000 unique domains. I mention that because it's far more than what's necessary for statistically significant sample size at a small margin of error. What would happen is, for those users who opted into allowing us to do this kind of research, we did an anonymous research of the sites that were being tested, also 24/7, 365. We also threw in the Alexa Top 1 Million in there, and took an analysis of almost 14.6 million errors. And we would collect the data on the types of errors, the number of errors, the density of the page, which is the number of errors compared to the kilobytes of source on that page, and then the tests passing and tests failing. We also took a look at the domain itself, and types of domain, and the domain TLD, right? Whether it was a nonprofit organization, a commercial organization, that sort of stuff. The company itself, we would collect again, this was anonymous, so we would just collect the market verticals, countries and regions, the technologies in use, and the Alexa and Quantcast rank. And so during the research, we did identify 9,510 unique technologies in use across almost 200 technology categories. These were 25 vertical markets that were covered in this, and the average Alexa rank was 51,461, and the average Quantcast rank was 56,345. I mentioned those in particular because the idea is that the takeaway from that is that these were, or should have been, professionally developed websites. They were higher traffic websites that were either very, very popular in terms of the type of vertical that they were in, or of course, professionally developed, like I said, and probably large companies. So these were not hobbyist sites. These were sites that should have hopefully been developed by professionals. And what we found in the testing, this is the automatic testing, because I'm going to go over both automated and manual. We're going to see how these match up. 90% of the automatically discovered issues resided in only 5 content types. So we can see here on this bar chart, 35% of the automatically discovered issues related to images and other non-text content. Hilariously, for those of us who've been doing web development for a long time, people still don't understand alt attributes. That's really what that is. Obviously, if you know WCAG, the images and other non-text content does cover not just images, but anything that is not a pronounceable string. So it could be ASCII art. It could be lots of other things. Most professional web developers aren't putting ASCII art on the web, but the use of other types of visually things that were intended to be consumed visually are also in there. But long story short, 35% of the issues that were uncovered were alt text, either not existent alt text, bad alt text, malformed alt text applied in the wrong way, that sort of stuff. It's so ridiculously easy, and it's so interesting to note that basically when you see this chart, you'll see that 30% are also related to navigation. So what we're seeing here is basically about 67% of all automatically discovered issues relate specifically to labeling things, labeling navigational elements, or creating proper structure, and that alt attribute stuff. It's really, really shocking to see that there's so many issues relating to somewhat trivial things. Language, typography, and content is another big one there. That's just under 10%. Custom controls, and then document structure. Those were the big ones in here. When it comes to how this applies to the WCAG standard, we can see in this pie chart that 65% of the accessibility issues were relating to level A issues. So in other words, if you know WCAG well, if you know the different levels, what we're seeing here is that these level A is really, when you think about it, those things that you need to do to attain a basic level of accessibility. If you're not meeting level A, then you're not even supplying a basic level of accessibility. 65% of those issues related to level A. There in the WCAG standard is the standards themselves, the success criterion themselves are grouped under guidelines, and the guidelines themselves are grouped under these principles. And there's 4 principles to WCAG: perceivable, operable, understandable, and robust. If anybody here is new to accessibility and sort of doesn't understand how that applies, that's fine. I'll explain really quickly. But one of the first things to understand about the structure of WCAG is that the numbers in the success criteria, say 1.1.1, 2.4.7, 3.1.1, that sort of stuff, you hear those numbers, they correlate to these principles. So if it has a number 1 in front of it, it's related to perceivable. If it has a number 2 in front of it, it's related to operable, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So perceivable, that principle is a principle relating to a sensory perception of the content itself. So this is where you see alt text for images, or where you would see requirements for color contrast, or where you would see requirements for transcripts and audio description and captioning of videos. So 45% of the issues here relate to just the ability to perceive the content in the first place. Kind of bad. Operable relates to, as the name would imply, can we operate this user interface? Can we operate the controls? So that's going to relate to keyboard accessibility and focus control. Can we operate it with device independence? That sort of stuff. Understandable relates to whether the content is organized in a way that's understandable, and robust has to do with the nitty-gritty of whether our machines can parse it and understand it and convey it to the assistive technology. So 45% of those things just are based on issues relating to sensory characteristics. It's really bad. It's not even able to perceive the stuff. So that's a big deal. So average issues per page. This is going to be somewhat shocking to you. Average issues per page, 373 automatically discoverable issues per page. That's probably sounds shocking, and that's because it is. Now, one caveat about this is that tenants tests, unlike some other accessibility tools that you might be using, tenants tests are extremely granular. So I'll give you a great example. Let's say you have a table with 10 columns. And so that should have 10 TH elements, right? For the headers for those columns. So some tools might say this table, they'd raise one issue saying this table has no headers. We would raise 10 issues. So that's why that number is really, really high, because you might be used to seeing somewhat lower. But for our tests, we regarded our tests as little unit tests that were testing at the node level. And that's why that's pretty high. The density is also extremely high here. When we talk about page density, what we were talking about at Tenon was the fact that what we would do to measure density is we would take the source of the page, we'd collapse all the white space, and then we count the kilobytes of source, how much data was in that page. And then it would be that number of kilobytes the number of issues divided by the kilobytes of source. So what this means, the average density of 865% is that basically saying that every kilobyte of source has 8 issues. And that's how we would measure that. That's how you can compare different pages against one another. The example I use, for instance, would be, let's say you were testing a news website, and then you were testing the Google homepage, with the little search box. Obviously, the Google homepage with the little search box has less content on it than the news homepage. So how do we compare those two together? Well, we compare them based on density. So every average page has a ton of density that's really, really bad. But they would fail an average of 21 tests per page, and yet Tenon had 187 tests. So the average number of tests was 21. The issues, however, that they found was 373. So those same 21 tests were failed a bunch of times. Average number of WCAG level A issues per page is 193. And then the percentage of error-free pages is 0.05%. So less than half of 1% of pages on the web had no errors. But the accessibility advocates will tell you, we know that accessibility testing is not enough, right? That's a lot of what you hear about from accessibility advocates out there. They'll say automation is not enough. We must do manual testing. We must test with real users with disabilities. I have a little asterisk there because we're going to dive into that a little bit. So before I created the Tenon product, one of the things you need to do when you're making a testing tool is determine what you're going to test. So what I did is I did a bottoms up assessment of the WCAG standard at the time. This was at a time when it was 2.0, and we did eventually add 2.1 into the tool, but this data is gathered from 2.0. Took a look at each individual success criteria in the WCAG standard, and for each one, I did a thought exercise of what is the exact things we must do to test for this thing. So going back to WCAG 1.1.1, that's the one that says a text alternative must be supplied for all non-text content. What does it really take to comply with that? And I would write a list down of all of those things. So at the most basic level, all images must have some way of determining the accessible name of that image. If the image is inside of a link, it should accurately describe the purpose or destination of the link, those sorts of things. And we came up with a big list. 425 total things were in this full-on list of things. From there, I took a look to see, okay, based on this, how many of the things do I believe I can test for automatically? How many, and when I say automatically, that would be a direct pass or fail. In other words, I can write a specific test in JavaScript that could be determined to be pass fail immediately. Next one would be from there, if I couldn't test for it automatically as a binary pass fail, could I write a test that flagged something informative that was not prone to false positives that I could put in front of users and they should be able to verify it? And then the other set of things is the leftovers, the things that I could not reliably test for manually. Now, there still could be things in that manual only column that are things that I could write a test for, but they would just be so prone to false positives, it wasn't worth doing. You would make a customer mad, so we would put those in the manual only. So what we're seeing here is a table that represents those things organized by WCAG level A, level AA, AAA, and then on the bottom row is the average. And the important takeaway here is that first and foremost, 25% of things could be tested for automatically at level A. 29 could be tested for, but not definitively. You'd have to verify it, and then the manual only was 46%. So this is what you hear when you see people talking about, oh, you only get X amount of coverage with accessibility testing. The average here, by the way, 18% automatic across all of them. The average of 31 semi-auto, and the average of 47 manual. That's what people say. Well, you're only going to get 20% coverage, and they use this argument as a way of suggesting that you shouldn't rely on automatic testing. In a way, some people even say, well, why bother? Not realizing that the fact that you do get, let's say, 20% coverage, we'll just use that number, means that every time you test, you're getting 20%, and you're able to do this by scale. But it's a little bit more nuanced than that, and we're going to cover that in a bit. So let's talk really quickly about the manual testing before we get too much into what I was just talking about. So Tenon as a company also did audits. We did manual audits. All of our audits were either manual only or a mix of automated and manual, where the automated testing informed the manual. Bottom line is, we did manual audits and delivered those as well. So this would include all sorts of different types of testing. When you do an audit for accessibility, you can't test the entire site, right? If you have 10,000 pages on your site, like a big corporate website might have, you're not going to be able to test 10,000 pages because it takes a preposterously long amount of time to do so. So what we do, and what a lot of accessibility consulting companies do, is called a representative sample. They would take a representative sample of the site, generally attempting to cover the things that represent the design patterns or the production patterns of the site. So let's say it would be, you test the navigation, you test the footer, you might test important pages as part of user flows, or you could test important components or examples of a site. And cut those up into little pieces. We call those called those components. Some people might call them units. Some people might call them modules. Some people might call them samples. Doesn't matter. The average number of those that we did in across our company was 23. We did, I think historically, the data came from about 200, 300 specific audits. And so that was the average, it was 23. In that process, the average total issues per audit was 139. And you might be looking at that and thinking, well, why did Carl just say a couple minutes ago that we found 373 average issues per page? That's because when you write up an audit, you're really writing up not individual instances, but you're writing up problems. So for instance, going back to a discussion of tables, right? You would write up that table had no headers, right? You'd write that up as one specific issue in the issue tracking system and ship it that way. If your form had no labels, you're not going to say every single label, every single field that didn't have a label. You're going to say this form has these problems. So that's where that number difference comes from, is that these are sort of meta issues, whereas those are, the automatic testing issues were a lot like failing unit tests. So the average issues per audit was 139, and the average issues per component is 6. But let's look at the nature of those issues. So these are the issues by content type, and you remember earlier, a similar chart looked just like this, although the data was a little bit different. And you'll see different content types here that are represented here. We talk about images and non-text content, of course, and so on and so forth. And we see here that there are some big differences. Keyboard accessibility and focus control is the #1 on this chart. It's 17.5%. Document structure is just under 16%. Color and contrast is just under 16%, and so on and so forth. So a little bit different here in terms of what we're getting coverage for. What's not different is the issues by level. Level AA issues in manual testing, 75%. So there you go. It was, if I recall, 65% in the automatic testing, 75% in the manual testing. Similarly to before, however, and we're starting to see a pattern here of similarity more than difference, is that perceivable is still really high. The perceivable principle in this chart that represents issues by principle is 36%. So a little bit different here, though, is that those other ones, operable, understandable, and robust, were a lot lower in the automated thing, but it's very clear here that the most common issues are on that perceivable principle. But wait, there's more. So one of the things that we did in the manual audits is we did give we did signify the severity of the issues, and that's something we didn't do in the automatic tool. We did actually track. We did track what was called priority, and priority sort of commingled severity. So I didn't even share that in the slides. But if we look at the data here, 45%, almost 45, I'm sorry, yes. So basically 44% of issues were high severity issues in these audits. And then 41.4% were medium severity issues, and then 15% were low severity issues. So that's huge. That's almost half of the issues that were discovered in manual testing were high severity issues. Now, Tenon did track this, but never really exposed it to end users, which was the issues by impacted population. We see here that blind and low vision are the highest. Actually, no, blind or low vision and cognitively impaired were the highest. I apologize. Low vision had 34%, cognitively impaired 29%. So that's really huge. Now, don't get too hung up on this where it says deaf and hard of hearing and speech impaired had lower impacts. A lot of things that impact deaf and hard of hearing or speech impaired people are really, really high severity issues. So this is just issues by volume. So keep that part in mind. that the issues that we did uncover for deaf and hard of hearing people, for instance, were always high severity issues. But this does highlight, the nature of the issues here. We also track the issues by platform, and another one that's really, really interesting to take a look at is that 52% of the issues uncovered were those things that were universal in nature. In other words, it would be a problem for everybody, no matter what type of platform they were on, and that was really important to us in the data. So now let's take a look at how these two things compare. We talked about the automated, we talked about the manual. Let's look at how they compare to one another. So this is the top 90% of issues for each type of testing. So in the top 90% of issues for automated, it was images and non-text content, navigation, language typography, and content, custom controls, and document structure. Those all fit into 5 distinct categories. For manual, there were 8 different categories, but take a look at this. So if we take a look at this, images and non-text content is in both. Navigation is in both. Language and typography is in both. Custom controls doesn't really exist in the manual, but you could say that correlates to role, state, and accessibility properties, and document structure is in both. So in other words, all of those things that fit in that top 90% of by the automated category are also in the top 90% for manual. The top 80% here are represented in 10 failing success criteria in automatic testing, and the 10 here, I'm sorry, 11 in this case to get us to 80% in manual. So if we take a look here, 1.1.1, 1.1.1 is there. 244, not in this. Oh yeah, it is. 244 is here. 131. I could keep going, but what we would see here is that the failing success criteria across both also matches. 7 of the top 10 failing accessibility success criteria are shared among both automated and manual. Wait, what? So what we really know is that there's an extremely strong correlation between the automatically created data and the manually created data for issues by content type, issues by WCAG principle, issues by WCAG level, the top failing success criteria. There are very few instances where audits find something that we've never seen before. Manual testing is that we've never seen before. So what we really know is that it isn't really esoteric and weird stuff that we find most often when we're doing accessibility testing. What we find is it's always the same thing over and over and over and over again. This, by the way, the code on this slide is from a fixture for an accessibility test within Tenon. And what it's looking for is it's looking for items with a role of image that have weird text alternative kind of approaches, right? And so it's looking for, it's going to pass anything with a role of image that has a computable accessible name. This test hardly ever found anything. This test was sub 1% of 1% of failures within the test engine or test findings from the automated test engine. It never really found that stuff. What we find is the same stuff. So what we know beyond a shadow of a doubt is that in spite of the claim that only about 18% of accessibility best practices can be found by a tool, the overall number of issue instances that an accessibility testing tool is huge. So 90% of the issues uncovered from the automatic testing were from 20 tests. So I said earlier that I said earlier that the Tenon tool had 187 tests. Most of those were useless. 90% of the issues came from only 20 tests. In manual testing, 80% of the issues came from 12 specific tests. So all of the top 50 test failures would fit into 5 meta issues: link quality, text alternatives, insufficient contrast, object labels or label quality, tables and header structure. That's the top 50 test failures by volume would fit in those 5 meta issues. So actually what we found was also interesting. When I initially sort of started writing this talk, I had an entirely different goal. But once I got in the middle of writing it up, something stuck out for me that went far beyond the overlap of the data between manual and automated. It even went beyond the common issue patterns. The biggest difference in terms of testing wasn't how the testing was done, but when the testing was done. So with Tenon, what you could see in when it had the ability to test both a live web page that was deployed and out there on the World Wide Web, and also it could use testing by sending over source. So you could either enter source into the tool manually, or you could use any of the many integrations with other things. Tenon was the very first tool with a Node module, very first one with a Gulp plugin, Grunt plugin, WordPress plugin, Drupal plugin, command line interface. It had all of that stuff even before Axe even existed. And so what we could tell when somebody ran a test is what they were testing, whether they were testing either from source or from one of those integrations, or whether they were testing a live web page. And so what we did find is that pages that are tested after they've been deployed have more than twice as many issues as pre-deployment tests. So naturally, averages don't really take into consideration the overall distribution of the data. But to me, the difference here between when things are tested is really, really clear. Those who take accessibility into consideration earlier in the process tend to perform better than those who do so later by twice as much. So the biggest difference is really when the testing is conducted. Early testing is the single biggest differentiator between sites that are the worst and sites that are the best. Companies that have no obvious history with accessibility fare the worst. Companies that have had audits don't really fare any better. Companies who test early perform the best. So let's talk a little bit about extreme accessibility. So extreme accessibility to me is a way to get a handle on accessibility permanently. Again, companies whose approach to handling accessibility is to have audits performed over and over fare no better off than those who do nothing. I'll say that again. Those companies who are stuck in what we call the audit fix cycle. You get an audit, you fix the stuff. You get an audit, you fix the stuff. You get an audit, you fix the stuff. They're actually no better. They perform no better. Their data, either from automated or manual testing, is no better than those who've never, ever, ever had an audit ever before. So a first-time customer and a 3-time customer who've only been getting audits after audit are going to get the same amount of issues from both automated and manual testing. Really, really bad. So I want to introduce 4 key principles that we're going to inject into accessibility to the organization for sustainable accessibility. So when I gathered some of that data on, who was doing testing, when they were doing testing, that sort of stuff, we also revealed that companies that have who bought accessibility audits, they often do have internal accessibility expertise. In other words, they come to us likely because they have someone internally who's like, ugh, things are bad, we should get an audit. And so they often do have internal expertise. The problem is that if your internal accessibility person has any experience, they already know what I just said about the issue patterns, about how I said all those issues fall into 5 meta categories. They already know that. Your internal person already knows that. But this is where automation comes in. In other words, we're not looking to really replace manual testing, but basically that manual testing should never find something that automation could catch. The background on this slide is one that I use rather aggressively. It's called the Bohm curve. Sorry, I got alerts coming up here for some reason. I shouldn't. Hopefully, y'all aren't getting bothered. Okay, it's called the Bohm curve. It's created by a guy named Barry Bohm. He was a QA thought leader. He used to work for NIST in the United States, which is National Institutes of Standards and Technologies, a government agency that creates standards. And doing research in the cost of issues, what he found was that it was cheaper to catch issues earlier. And that sounds probably rather obvious to a lot of people, but it's really, really interesting. You know, the cheapest things, the least costly things were those things that had a short feedback cycle. So pair programming, for instance. I'm a big fan of pair programming. A lot of companies out there will say, oh, why would I pay 2 people to do the same job? Because it's literally the cheapest way to avoid bugs. Test-driven development also very close, so on and so forth. If we can get automation in earlier into the development cycle, then we're going to save a ton of money. As a matter of fact, I would even go so far as to put another arrow further over to the left to have high quality IDE with built-in linting and stuff like that. That's even going to be cheaper. So if earlier is good, if early is good, earlier is gooder. The next thing I would do is I would write accessibility specific acceptance tests. This picture here is one of my favorite fails. I think this is actually at a BART station. A BART is the local train light rail for San Francisco. But it is a wheelchair ramp that has a telephone pole in the middle of it. Anyway, so the slide here says write accessibility specific acceptance tests. There's generic, I say generic, what I mean is sort of catch-all tools like Axe, like Tenon, like Level Access Platform or Wave or whatever. Those aren't enough. You should view those as sort of a head start on writing a ton of unit tests. For instance, Tenon has 187 tests. The Access Engine by Level Access has 360 some, whatever they are, however many you have. Think of those as a big batch of unit tests. And then you're going to write your accessibility specific acceptance tests. And so what you would do is write specific tests, functional tests in your testing libraries specific to accessibility. For instance, like focus management. A tool like Tenon or Axe isn't going to know when you've launched a dialog, or it might know, or it might see a DOM manipulation event, but it's not going to be like, oh yeah, that's a dialog, or that, because it won't know the difference between a mutation event for a dialog or a mutation event for a tree menu. So you're going to be the one to write that acceptance test to say when this thing appears, focus goes to it. It's got the proper role states and other accessibility properties, so on and so forth. Write those, you're going to get even more coverage from manual testing. Use pair programming. Oh my God, I love pair programming so much. I've done a lot of it because what's great about pair programming, there's a couple of different flavors of it. One, of course, is that you can have one person write the tests and then another person write the code to pass the test, or you could just sit there and watch one another work, and in the process, catch things before they happen, optimize the code as you go, so on and so forth. At the very least, have a code review as part of the pull request process. So instead of just reviewing it and seeing if tests pass, actually read through the code, read through the diff, see what's been done, and make sure that accessibility is part of that as well. The other thing I like, and this is why I really like doing test-driven development, is that also it gives us the opportunity to, when we find manual issues or when we find issues, customer complains about something, we're going to write a test for that. We're going to say this, this customer reported this issue. We're going to replicate that issue. We're going to write a test to make that issue go away. I write the code to fix it. So I love doing that. When a bug is found, we're going to write new tests around it. That's a really great extreme programming practice as well. And then we're going to realize that basically you don't have accessibility problems, you have quality problems. One of the things people just don't seem to realize is that accessibility is not a nice to have. Accessibility issues are bugs. And so if you have a lot of accessibility problems, you have a lot of bugs. A bug, if we identify that as something that is a situation in which the software doesn't work for a specific type of customer, that's a bug. So a lack of quality-oriented practices elsewhere is your first warning sign that you're going to fail in your accessibility issues. Fix those before attempting to fix accessibility. That is it for me. I'm Carl Groves. My information is on this slide. I'm Chief Innovation Officer at LevelAccess. I am at Carl Groves literally everywhere. If you look there, social media somewhere, and you don't see me, you see a guy with a lot of muscles, that's the other Carl Groves. He's a bodybuilder in the UK. But chances are you'll find me as Carl Groves everywhere. Carl Groves at LevelAccess, and my personal website is carlgroves.com. Thank you.
Cool. Well, that was a lot. It's interesting to see. I love that when you said like put it as early as possible in the process, because the last thing that I did was write an extension for Visual Studio Code that did exactly that. So while you were typing some wrong HTML, it would undercurl it and basically say like, this is wrong. It's like a typo in Word. You forgot to put an alternative text in there. You're not using a button with type button because browsers are confusing. And it's interesting that a few people take it on, but there's a lot of we got a lot of backlash from developers saying like, this is noisy. I don't want to know about this while I'm developing. Do you think we are so used to just throwing accessibility over the wall and then get the testers to come back with it so that developers don't want to know about it?
It's unfortunate because I think there is a fair amount of that. I wish it wasn't. I tend to see a lot of, I guess I live in a bubble. I see a lot of people who were like, yeah, this is great. I love doing the extension you were talking about. What a phenomenal idea, or to autocomplete the ARIA properties as you're typing. Like, that's great. But there are, unfortunately, a fair number of developers who don't want to be bothered by it.
There was one question from the audience that basically said, like, was the automated testing double-checked? Were there many instances of false positives? So how, I guess the underlying question is like, how good is automated testing? And I think false positives are an interesting one to find out there. I guess,
yeah,
I could think of like contrast issues. These kind of things could be wrongly reported.
Yeah. What we found was historically there were 3 reasons for a false positive. One would be a buggy test. I mean, let's face it, all software has bugs, so do accessibility tools. So you could have a buggy test. Another one would be an overly aggressive type of testing. Like we're trying to find everything, so we're going to test for everything, and that's where you get the classic false positives. And then you would get things that were what I would call conditionally irrelevant. What I mean is like that the tool doesn't have context elsewhere to know, for instance, that I've seen tools to say, if you have an image bigger than 600 pixels wide or 600 pixels high, and you don't have alt text on it, if you have an empty alt, it would flag it. And it's like, well, but what if we describe that on somewhere else on the page, and that would be irrelevant based on the conditions of the page. So there is a fair amount of that. Now for us, for me, what I did in my data as I was collecting it is I did scrub false positives. I knew that there were certain tests that were buggy, so I'd scrub those. We also did something unique with Tenon, which would have a certainty score. So from 0 to 100, how certain were we that this is a real issue? And so you could set the certainty score to be 100, and you should get no false positives, other than if you had a bug. But yeah, that's something to be mindful of with accessibility tools. Again, some of them could be really, really aggressive or super opinionated. And opinionated tools are good as long as you agree with their opinions.
I think, yeah, that's also when something gets you a score of like 0 to 100, like Google Lighthouse, then people start actually gaming it and actually wanting to catch the score rather than make fixes that are actually sensible for end users. I think, I don't know who it was, somebody did like this website that was completely inaccessible and was 100% score on Lighthouse because, yeah, you can fool automated systems.
I think that was Manuel.
Yeah, Manuel Matusovic, yeah, or something like that. The other question here was like, do you use tools like BrowserStack, have users with disabilities test, or personally employ screen readers? Or do you rely on programs to identify and fix accessibility issues? That's a lot to unpack. But I do think, what are your, let's say, what are your hierarchy of needs? Like, what do you think is the best way to go about it? I start, let's put it this way to make it easier. I think personally testing screen readers is great to get empathy for a screen reader users, but you are not a screen reader user. It's such a complex piece of software, so many keyboard shortcuts that you don't know about. You probably will be a terrible tester if you, as a sighted person, use a screen reader and actually not being relying on it. The users with disabilities are, of course, the best thing when your testers have that. It could also be a false positive thing because we had a few of them that had like very outdated screen readers that didn't make any sense to test with, especially when your company doesn't want to spend money on a proper testing company. And the automatic things like testing with BrowserStack, I think the problem that I always found with like simulating different environments is that you don't find the interactivity errors. And most accessibility issues come from the interactivity, not from the first render.
Yeah.
Would you agree or disagree? Or
generally, I agree. I mean, so I always do automatic. I always recommend people do automatic testing first because there's just stuff you shouldn't be spending time looking for. Like, let's face it, if you have missing field labels, I don't need to spend my time looking at missing field labels. And that also goes into some of the other stuff, right? Like use case testing or even usability testing with people with disabilities is we don't want to waste their time testing stuff we know is garbage. So I tend to take a layered approach to doing the testing. You know, a lot of times when I'm using a screen reader, I'm using it as a tool to gather data, right? So, so in other words, rather than testing the interactions directly, I would be testing for specific things that I know to look out for. Having testers with disabilities is super powerful, so long as there's also additional testing that's getting done for the things that a person might miss. So, for instance, if a person's a daily screen reader user who's non-visual, they're going to miss, focus visible, right? So no, they're just not going to know whether the focus is visible or not, or they're not going to know whether there's, the placement of the labels is confusing or those sorts of things. So it's important to keep that stuff in mind as you do testing. So, what I really recommend people do is devise a robust methodology for doing that testing. And so what we've done in the past is utilize different types of testing for surfacing the different types of data that we're looking for. One thing you don't want to do is just like open up a screen reader, start poking around, because like you said, if you're not a daily screen reader user, you're not going to know what you're doing, and you could very well end up confusing the people who read your test results just as much as they would have been if you just hadn't done that. So, it's always important to have a documented, structured methodology to how you do the testing and include all the different types of testing that surface the data that you're after, the specific data that you're after by that testing.
I love that we have data sets at times to choose from. We've got HTTP archive, and I also love the WebA Millium that's coming out every year, where basically they show how screen reader user and the screen reader survey that they do. I mean, for example, the whole like tab order thing, and that the most screen reader users actually use the rotator instead and actually go through headings and links immediately rather than even looking at the structure of the page. Like tab by tab is a simple way to test yourself, but most users will not do that. So it's an interesting thing to have these false positives. Like, I really made my tab order great, and then you have like 500 links with the same name in the same document. That's not a good thing. I like the thing when you said like that there was a massive discrepancy between post and pre-deployment of the pages. And I think that's a huge issue that I found as well, especially with commercial partners, that the developers are not to blame, but a lot of times it's actually the tag managers or the tracking software, all the things or the ads that basically being displayed on the page that throw a spanner in the works when it comes to the accessibility. What can we do about that to actually avoid the great work of developers being broken by the marketing managers?
Take the marketing manager out back and have a aggressive negotiation with them. Yeah, I think that what we really want to do is hopefully foster a work environment where everybody feels empowered to push back on these sorts of things. And I don't just mean accessibility, it could also be security and privacy and all these other things. But, I do feel like it really is important for people to be empowered, or I would even say emboldened, to push back, be the force for good, so to speak, in making sure that we advocate for the end user in a way that is ultimately for the greater good. Have a conversation with them, say, hey, we should do this differently. We should find a new way to do what you want to accomplish.
I'm always fascinated by the different terminology. I just did a course for LinkedIn Learning in German about accessibility. And in German, it's Barrierefreiheit, means lack of barriers. And I kind of like that more, because the idea of saying like you have to make it accessible to everybody, no matter what their physical condition or their technology condition, is an impossible feat to do. But removing barriers and making sure that you're not accidentally block people out is something that is much easier to sell to people. Do you think we have a chance of trying to get more people involved in accessibility by changing that narrative?
I think let's face it, what we saw in the data is that the web is generally kind of abysmal in some ways for people with disabilities. So removing barriers can be a really great approach. I think that the ideal, of course, is a great user experience. Can we get it perfect for everybody? No, but getting people started, I love that idea. What I find when I get people started in accessibility is that once they start doing it, they realize it's not as hard and it's not as nebulous as they thought it was. So I think that's a great, just get started, just get people doing something, and get people understanding and feeling like, hey, this is a quality issue. That really is the difference between the before and after state. That's an improvement in quality, and get them seeing that. And then I think it sort of takes care of itself.
It's really bizarre, though, when you see the Web Million and you look at the errors, they're like super avoidable things, like no proper heading structure, like no labels, like I need no alternative text. I can kind of understand that if you're in a no-code environment, or if basically you have a content management system that allows people to upload content. I think it's also a dream that oftentimes I see accessibility tutorials say like, and this is the HTML you have to write, and you're like, 90% of the pages out there are generated by something, not by humans. So we need to make sure that those tools do the right things. But at the same time, we had this huge discussion about Tailwind CSS lately, and mixing structure and look and feel again.
Mm-hmm.
We have to repeat that every 5 years, don't we? Like that you don't paint on a screen, you structure a document for people with different ways of displaying them.
Yeah, we need to bring back the WASP project.
Yeah, it's the other problem, and we just had that with this event as well, like we had the first people looking at the website saying like, you have accessibility errors on your page displaying this, and so how can you do that? I'm always very kind of confused about that, because the amount of great content in the accessibility world that never gets published on the web because people are afraid that their content is not fully accessible is kind of missing the mark, because it's not people with who can't see that would lead a slide deck how to explain it, how a screen reader works. They know that.
Right.
It's actually more interesting for the people who don't know. So I'm actually worried about a lot of information not coming out because we're trying to be too perfect for ourselves.
Yeah.
Is this something you encountered as well?
Yeah, the accessibility community has a bad habit of eating its young. We do tend to expect perfection at all times, and we do tend to not tolerate people who make mistakes. And I would challenge anybody who has that outlook to look back at their own passcode and see if that was perfect. It wasn't. I used to make lots of mistakes. There was a time when I started getting really into accessibility of forms, and I would create field sets inside of field sets, and they would be 3 deep, and just horrible, right? But it was like, well, it's a field set. It's and it really should have been more like a heading and a field set, and then anyway. And for anybody who's new to accessibility, field sets are great because the label, the legend in the field set acts as a part of a label for the other fields in there. But when you get too many of them, it gets overly verbose and weird and sounds bad. And I made this mistake many times. Like, I wish I could go back and fix those forms that I created. But we've got to be more tolerant of people making mistakes, and instead of beating people up over it, mentor them. Instead of going out to social media and being like, WeAreDevelopers has a bad accessibility experience in this thing, write the company and say, hey, we have I found this thing.
Yeah, especially with details. I mean, I know the details. We looked at it. It's a no-code solution, so it's really tricky to fix. But at the same time, when we got feedback in Microsoft as well, or Mozilla or Yahoo back then, people like, this is not accessible. And I'm like, that's not enough. Tell us what the problem that you found. And then you actually see if it's somebody really with an issue, or if it's just somebody who wants to profile himself or like be seen as like the cool guy that found a bug. And like it's tricky to actually please everybody in this. But I love the how you showed like how much data has been accumulated over that, and especially I think we need more stories from the trenches, like how big corporations with like really old systems manage to get accessibility wins, and not like a fully accessible solution, but making it gradually better. And I think there's not enough stories about those, because that would inspire people to realize you cannot fix it immediately. You have to find a way to do it step by step.
Yep. Yeah, you can't, as the saying goes, you're not going to eat an elephant in one bite. Marcy Sutton used to have a blog, and I don't know if she keeps it up anymore. It was like a Tumblr blog called
accessibilitywins.org or something. Yeah, that was really cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great way to celebrate like wins and show that even if things aren't perfect, you can still make a difference and improve things. I thought that was really great.
Cool. Well, thank you so much about that information. You can go for breakfast now, I guess, soon.
Yeah.
And it was great to have you here as always. And the recordings will be out. I guess your stuff is available as well. And if people have more questions, they can ask us. We can forward it to you. Or as you said, Carl Gross, you're available almost everywhere. And it was really good to see you. So thank you so much. This was Carl. And this was the last speaker of our Accessibility Live Day. So I'm very excited to say I can go to other meetings now and do the rest of my day more work. And it was just great to run one of those events. I'm going to run the next one. End of the month. Anyways, there'll be another one where I'll be moderating, but I'll be moderating from home. So I won't be wearing anything like this. So it's going to be much, much easier for me as well. And that's the end of the Accessibility Live Day. But I want to bring my colleague back in to talk about the rest that's going to happen soon. So here's Bene again with a weird T-shirt. What's that about?
What's that all about? First, thanks, Chris. Yeah, well, what's that about? Some of you already know it, and maybe one or two also joined us back in Berlin in July. Our coding competition, Code 100, is back as a roadshow. Cool new format. And the first stop will actually be pretty soon on November the 29th in Zagreb. So after we end the session today, go to code100.dev. There you get further information, and you can also apply as a challenger if you want to, or just join us in the party crowd and have a good time with us. And so, yeah, thanks so much for hosting today, Chris. It was a pleasure to have you, and you brought so much extra expertise into this day. Really, really awesome. And looking forward, yours is actually the Web Dev Day, which is end of November. But the next day will be FinTech Day in 2 weeks on November 8th. I hope a lot of you also tune in then. And until then, I would say.
It's a lot of technology from Finland, right? FinTech.
Exactly. Okay, I see we have we have another pro here, so you can host also the next one.
All right.
Perfect. All right. Thank you all so much for today, and see you soon. Bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye.